What's up, Easy? What's up, Lou? Dude, I have got something to show you guys. I'm not going to say it's great, but it's a little something I've been working on. Not a completely 100% done, because I have got to get with somebody else and see if they won't collaborate with me and loan me some skills. What's up, John? What's up, Jared? What's up, the J family? Mr. Lou. What up, Cliff? Oh, no. Hello, C4T. Well, I hate. What's up, Joko? I was hoping Tats was still around somewhere and might come in. I'm just kind of busting at the seams. I'm not even going to lie. Hello, Mary. What's up, Northwood Pressed? New York State arrested for auditing? Are you serious right now? Jesus Christ, man. These cops are just after everybody, ain't they, guys? That's nuts. I'll check it out in a minute and I'll play it and we'll see what happened. Is it the same as Indie Live, KT, and STC? I don't know. Is ST? I didn't know STC and then we're live. Did not know that. I don't get notifications about any damn thing. YouTube is crazy. Hello, Bandit. Excuse me. Now, listen, guys, what I'm going to show you, I want your honest opinion. So, let me see here. All right. Here we go, guys. I'm going to show you.
We've got six in the wire.
That's kind of something what I've been working on, guys. I just wanted to show everybody that, get everybody's opinion. A little something I'm working on. Now listen, I'm just starting, so I don't know nothing about CGIs and animation. And truth be told, that took me, no kidding, that took me 2 hours to do that little clip and everything. But I'm brand new to that stuff. I'm not even gonna lie. Just wanted to kind of get everybody's opinion and see what y'all think. I'm actually going to go somewhere with it, and I got some great ideas. But when you have ADHD, that kind of sucks. Hello, Barbara. Because it's hard to stay focused. My mind's like all over the place. That's for sure. But yeah, thought that was thought that would be pretty cool. Like I said, I'm not exactly done yet. Oh shit, really? Wow. No, I didn't know the whole thing about Indiana and that. I just looked at that. Holy shit. What's up, JC? Yep. Yes, that's pretty cool, buddy. I don't mind doing that. I probably will go live Halloween night. When I take the kids trick or treating and stuff. There is some pretty cool stuff. And I can't wait. Yeah, I didn't know nothing about the Indiana thing. I just looked at that. That's, I don't know, man. To each their own. Hopefully they'll work it out. Hello, Melina. How are you, honey? I'll have to show that again so people that didn't see it can see it. Uh, like I said, I've been working on that for a little bit and everything. I kind of want to tell a story, but my mind sometimes don't always coincide with my hands, which kind of sucks. So I need somebody to help me figure it out, you know, to kind of hone me in a little bit so I know what the hell I'm doing, you know, kind of help walk me through. What's up, Angry Vet? Dude, I got to play this again so you can see this. Yes, sir. Alo. Alo. What up, Alo? Angry Vet is awesome. I don't give a damn what anybody says. I love that motherfucker right there. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't care about all that. Yeah, it was just kind of a pop up kind of deal. Alo. Yeah. I've been working on something. I'll show you in a minute. And I wanted to show it to everybody, kind of get everybody's opinion, you know. It's not very long. I know that's what she said. For the new people that just come in.
Subject to 1096 and seems to be eating another person. 2-6. Copy Echo Team 10-0. Keep an eye out on your 6. Where there's one, there's more. We've got 6 in the wire!
That's crazy, huh? Okay, Vet. Yeah, I'm still not completely done. I got a little more work to do, uh, and everything. That's my first time working with anything like that, guys. I've never done anything like that. Uh, so yeah, it's pretty, pretty cool. It's fun to do. Not even gonna lie. I just don't like the some of the rolling effects, but for my first time, that's the only way you can learn those just by getting in there and doing it, I guess. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that. My mind's just like I said, my mind's kind of all over the place. You know. See you later, JC. Like I said, my mind's kind of all over the place, and that I got to hone it in and just focus. Yeah, I've got to add more to it. I got some, like I said, I got some things in mind, but I'm going to need some help. I'm going to have to get some help with it. Because it's a new program for me, and I'm still trying to learn it. But I think I've done good. I learned how to delete some background stuff and all that good shit. You learn something. You're learning something. I'm learning something new every day. That's a good distraction, to learn how to do something like that. What up, buddy?
What's up?
What's up?
I just saw some of the funniest shit that I've seen today on YouTube.
What's that?
Let me close that. No, I just ate and I got on YouTube after I smoked and all, and the first thing that came up was one of Tat's posts about Kafar,
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call him. And I read it. Good post. And the very last comment was from Stoned Vet, and he said, some people just don't understand the brotherhood, the military brotherhood. And I swore to myself that I would not give this man any other time in my head. And he forced me to comment on it. So I commented. I said, "Oh yeah, that's rich. You talking about military brotherhood." Yeah, that's real
Right?
fucking rich. Oh, Jesus Christ. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. I went back to it like 3 times. I'm like, no, I won't. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment.
What's up, pacifist?
But I did. And I'll hate myself in the morning for it, but whatever. Join the club, right?
Yeah.
So what's going on, peeps? What's everybody doing? Jaco,
What's up, Miras?
Northwoods, Melanie, all mirrors. What's shaking, bacon? I can't tag anybody that has like special shit in front of their name because I can't find the special shit. Like keeping the swine in line.
Yeah.
Every time I try to tag him, I don't know where to find that fucking pig.
Yeah, that's the Aussie flag in front of his name. It's crazy.
I have no. I don't even see the flag. All I see is AU, real tiny.
Yeah.
And then a big M, and then IRRORZ. That's all I see. So what are you trying to learn?
I'm learning how to do some editing.
Fuck editing. Jesus Christ. I'm still trying to, like, I was told to buy a good program. I was using Clipchamp.
Yeah.
I'm still using Clipchamp because I'm familiar with everything. But I bought that Adobe Pro.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's like fucking Alienware.
What's
like,
up?
I don't
Keeping the
understand.
swan in line.
What's up, swine?
I'm using Canva is what I'm using. And it's actually really easy uh to understand some of it. I just got to get, I'm sure once I learn how to get it all in the right order and everything.
Yeah. I bought so many damn programs. I'm on fucking yearly memberships for all kinds of shit that I'm not even using.
You use Adobe for work. That's awesome, Melina. Oh Jesus, I can't believe still people are still making lives about drama.
Yeah, I'm so over it. I actually put a comment on one of Tat's posts, the last one I shared. I told him I can't
Oh
do it
no, this is
anymore.
a new different kind of drama. It's Indiana and somebody else calling out KT and STC.
Yeah, tired of that bullshit too.
Right? Dude, it's fucking YouTube. Just let the shit go. You know, if I went after everybody that called me a name, how many people I'd have to make videos about? Vet, you would never do any fucking audits if you went after everybody that talks shit about you.
Yeah. I never really did trust Indiana to begin with. I haven't since I started this, and I don't care if he hears this or not, but just seems like he wasn't really there for me. It just seemed like he was there for himself.
Well, I know one damn thing. I know a lot of people in here, myself included, has got your back.
Oh, I know that for a fact. I watched that. I haven't watched it all. Christ, it was like fucking 10 hours for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Melanie. Like, I totally got away from Facebook, or I like to call it fake book, because of all that fucking bullshit drama. I get here and then everything was good for a few months. Then the trolls started in, and that kind of that triggered me a little bit. But having a good support network and all you guys, there's some key players that brought me back from the dark side, and I, I just can't give them my time anymore. I got way too much shit on my fucking plate to be worried about those fucking clowns.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not done with that. I think I'm gonna in add in on that video. I'm gonna take like an image, and I don't care if he hears me because it's just gonna be for fun anyway. I'm gonna take an image of Frauditor Troll and a couple of the other trolls, and I'm gonna add them in and kind of just make them part of the whole video. It's gonna be like a it'll be fun. It's just something I'm playing with. I like doing stuff like that, and it's called Nightmare on Pig Street.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
I got some cool little stuff that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if I can get Tats to kind of help me hone some of that in a little bit, and maybe help me straighten up my lines where it's not adjusting like I want it to. But
I like the way his videos look when he's got shit like moving and
yeah.
shit falling out of people's butts and stuff like that. I wish I knew how to do all that.
Well, I found out how to animate that cop car and make it bounce and shit. That was pretty cool. And now I just need to get it to where it you know what I mean? It looks good in theory. Of course, my mind works faster than my hands, and sometimes I'm all over the place with shit. That's why I can't edit my videos very well, because I can't. There's always a lot of dead air because I don't know how to edit that shit out. And I'm more of a visual kind of person. I need somebody to visually show me how the fuck to do it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
while I'm watching, that's how I learn. Like show me how you done that shit. You know?
Yeah, that's the way I learn. And I used to be, when I was younger, I used to be able to just look at shit and put it together and without instructions and shit like that. Now when I try to do that, I'm fucking lost, even with the directions.
Right. Well, I got a decent computer now, so I might as well put the fucking thing to work. And our daughter brought us a GoPro yesterday and everything. She came from Jackson and come up and stayed the night. And she brought us a GoPro, so I'm going to be using that. And I can download it. It'll be downloaded to a disc. Yeah, like the little card thing, and I can just slide it in the computer.
What version is it? Because some of them have Wi-Fi now.
It's not a Wi-Fi version. It's an older one. I think it's like the GoPro 8 or something like that.
Oh, okay. I just learned how to use my DJI Osmo Action 3. Learned how to download everything to my phone right there if I have to. And I just learned that yesterday. I spent like 3 hours on fucking YouTube trying to figure out how to unlock the son of a bitch.
Right.
And register it. Or activate it. I had to activate it. Trex guy in the house.
Yeah, T-Rex. Someone was saying that upstate New York got arrested. Let me pull up YouTube real quick. Let me go look. New York State audits or somebody. I seen he went live earlier. Damn it. There he is. 1 hour ago. Let's see.
What's his picture look like? Because I can't find it. I see
He's
New York
just New York State audit. I'll pull it up here in just a second. Let me get. All right. And I'll share the screen. We can all watch it together here. Have a good one. Screen share. Click this. Share that. All right. Unmute this.
New Hampshire Mountain Girl. What's shaking?
What's up, Mountain Girl? Woo-hoo.
Go down to the right-hand corner of the video and click that little square box. or that broken square box. Yeah.
Just can't go in the crime scene, okay?
Oh, you
Yeah,
recognize
there
me?
you go.
Because you were talking to me like it was somebody you didn't recognize, and you was about to get aggressive with them.
Listen, I just need you to.
What's up, man? You all right?
No, I'm fine. It's okay, man.
Is everything
We're just
okay?
working right now. Yeah, we're working, okay?
Okay, me too.
Okay, good. So you can stand right here on the line.
Okay. Not too bad,
Listen.
Officer Romano.
Yep, and both of.
Yeah.
We're gonna do our police thing.
Go ahead,
I don't
do your
mind
thing.
you
I'm not-
recording, but you
I'm-
can't be in our face when we're
In
trying
your
to do this.
face, I'm behind the tape
Yep.
where I have a right to be.
Can you just back up?
Nah,
so
not really, nah.
We're in the roadway, so
Am I?
listen. We just need to chit chat. We need to do our job here.
Do your job. I'm not stopping you.
I can't have you right here where we're
So I
talking
read-
about-
So then
this?
go over there. Look, pull over there. You want privacy?
Yeah, it was this was an hour ago. I don't know. Somebody was just saying about it. I wanted to see.
How's it going, Romano? Is there anything you would like to say to me? Because I remember the body cam footage. You were calling me an asshole and stuff. Oh, you turned your body cam on? Okay. So people who exercise their rights are assholes?
You're in the street, sir. He's asked you. You can record from the sidewalk. Okay.
I can stand right here just like anyone else.
You're in the middle of the street.
No, I'm not.
Stand in the middle.
I'm not in the middle of the street. Look, it's blocked off. How can I be in the... Ah, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
You can record from the sidewalk, sir.
I can record from right here too, where it's blocked off. You're blocking the street off.
Correct. You're still standing in the middle of the street.
Get your sergeant then if you have an issue.
We can do that for you.
Man, these cops always get triggered. Yeah, usually the cute ones, Melina, is the ones that'll beat your ass.
How long's this video?
Oh, I don't.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
26 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna go on mute for a second. I'm gonna restream this.
Okay.
I'm gonna try.
Looks like we got a state trooper.
Well, that may be true, Mirrors. Too young for you, anyways. Well, I'm not going to ask your age. That's not very gentlemanly like.
This is what we had all night now.
That's what we have all night. You don't like cameras? You don't like transparency?
Hi, Marcy.
Oh, interesting. What you hiding?
How are you, honey?
Okay, no doubt. Oh, you leaving? Oh, okay. Romano got his feelings hurt.
This is
All
upstate.
right, check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
I heard he got.
Oh, you gonna put some new
arrested
tape up?
earlier, Marcy.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at this. See, they already got tape up, but he wants to abuse his authority. Yo, you guys are clowns, man. You guys are clowns. Another tape player. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go around the block. I know this area. Let me read the comments real quick. Shout out to Andy Kokowski. Andy Kokowski, Bills Mafia. I don't never know if I pronounced that right. What's going on? Martin Van Buren, Northwoods Press, Mike Vincent. We're over here on Crane. We were on Crane Street, which is in Mount Pleasant, Schenectady, New York. I gotta go around the block. I think they got something on Bridge Street or near Bridge Street. So we might do some jogging. Let me read some
Sorry to
more
hear that,
names.
girl.
Tape player, that's right. I'm telling you, more tape players. The tape was fine until I come, and then they start to abuse it. They're just bitches. What's going on, cuzzo? Atlanta GA audit. Atlanta, Georgia, let's go. Good guy activism, let's go. All right. I want to apologize, but I got to do some running, ladies and gents. Because you know how they be once they know I'm close. They want to tape up everything. They put tape up around themselves if they could.
That'd be funny to see a cop put tape around himself.
We got to go on around the block to 2nd Avenue.
I'd like to see that.
Then we can make our way back up Crane.
That'd
We're
be
gonna see
pretty
something
cool.
on the side. 'Cause I don't know exactly what's going on.
How you doing? 81 USMC. Good to see you.
Woo, we on 2nd.
It seems like they use a lot of it here lately.
Whew.
Hello,
Almost
Alyssa.
there. All right. On the other side. Cop car over here.
Grim Reaper, what's up?
What's up, man? What you playing? Oh, what you playing, man?
Take your bedtime medicine.
Officer Lang. He's from CBS. So he's a clown. All right. Looks like they got some more tape over here. Oh, this is the female officer.
Thank you, Miras,
That
for
allowed me to
giving
get
one
attacked.
membership. I appreciate
Attacked,
it.
excuse me.
Thanks.
You need to move out of the front of my car right now, sir.
Congratulations
Somebody,
to whoever got it because I'm not on the.
Your car? No, thank you.
You need to move out of the front.
Nah, I'm all right. I have a right to be here.
I'm telling you right now, you're going to be detained.
For what?
It's true,
For
Marcy.
obstruction.
It's
Obstruction?
Yes.
For exercising the New Yorkers' right to monitor act? You can't use obstruction for that. Good luck with that.
Move out of my way.
You got to leave? You leaving?
Nope, I'm
So then I'm okay right here.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I have a right to do this. I can film you in the course of your duties.
Directly in my way.
All right.
No, I'm not. You're not leaving.
Awesome. Congratulations.
In my way.
You watching
T-Rex.
something?
Yes.
Oh, so then stand up and get a different angle. I have a right to stand here.
Triangle right
I have a right to stand here. I'm behind the tape. You got tape over there, right?
Move over to the sidewalk.
No,
Move over to the sidewalk
No.
right now. Move over to the
No.
sidewalk right now.
no. I have a right to be here and film. I'm not committing any crimes, man. You can get your
Don't
sergeant.
feel bad.
You got a
man.
gun
I do
in the
same
car?
thing.
You coming out with a gun to me?
While I'm out of the car.
Okay.
You understand? I'm watching this building.
So watch it.
Move out of the way.
So watch it. I'm filming you in the course of your duties. I'm not going to the
You
sidewalk.
need to go to the sidewalk right now.
I'm not. Give me space, please. Give me space, please. You're
I'm gonna give
invading
you
my
one more
personal
chance.
space. Of what? I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna come over here. Oh, you got tape over there?
I do.
Okay, so I have a right to be everywhere over here.
That tape
Everywhere.
box itself, we're out of
I have a right to
resources.
be here.
That's what we have.
I have a right to be here.
So you can stand on the sidewalk.
Nope.
Or you can stand behind the tape.
No. I am behind the tape. I am behind the tape.
Tape's
How
over
you
there.
think I got over here?
Again, we are out of resources.
I don't care,
That's
man.
Perimeter.
You got a tape? There's a guy up the street who got tape. Go get it. Stop following me, man.
Two choices.
I have a right to film you, man. You're being a jerk. New Yorkers' Right to Monitor Act. Remember that. Name and badge number, please. Steiner 38. Name and badge number, please. Palmer? Okay. You related to Brian Palmer? You related to Brian? Is that why you being a jerk? So as you could tell, ladies and gentlemen, there's no tape. Okay, and the guy got tape up the street because I was just up the street. Okay. You know what the New Yorkers' Right to Monitor Act is? Do you know what the New Yorkers' Right to Monitor Act is, Miss Steiner? You do, right? So you are aware that I have a right to film you guys? So no, he's trying to tell me to leave, to move. Fuck. Do I have to though? But do I have to? No, I don't. You know I don't.
All right, so I've ordered from the lieutenant. If you don't get behind the tape, sir.
I'm behind the tape.
This last one,
I'm behind the tape.
behind that tape.
I'm behind the tape. I came from that side. I came from that side. I came from that side.
And I'm ordering you to go behind that tape. That's our perimeter.
That's your perimeter?
That's our perimeter.
So how come I came from over here?
I don't have to explain that to you. I'm telling you what the situation
Wow,
is.
look at that
That's the
assault
situation.
weapon that guy's got
That's
on
where I'm
him.
ordering you to go.
I'm going
Holy
wherever I
cow.
want to. So do what you gotta do.
He's ready to kill somebody, yeah?
Mr. Castillo, you're going to stand right here?
Dude, I came from over here where there's no tape. Where there's no tape.
Are you going to
Are you
stand
gonna
right
put up tape? I'll go where there's tape.
here? Are you going to stand
Are you gonna put up tape?
Answer my question.
Are you gonna put up tape?
Answer my question.
Are you gonna put up tape?
Answer my question.
All right, leave me alone, man.
Well, there's a little female officer.
You're telling me to get out from here, but you're telling me to go on the sidewalk. You know how that makes no sense. If it's okay for me to be on the sidewalk, but not in the street, you see how you sound? That's why I'm not leaving. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm gonna stay right here and film you. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, it's gotten cold here at night.
I didn't cross over the tape. I walked over here. Like, what the fuck? Let's show you guys. Let me show you where I came from.
Yeah, I know, right, Mountain Girl? It's crazy.
Invisible perimeter, right? You can go fuck yourself, both of you.
All for
Get your lieutenant. It's not gonna make no difference. You can't use obstruction when I didn't fucking cross any tape. I'm not in your way. Go fuck yourself. Sit on it and spin.
Wow, freedom of speech.
Motherfucker got a sniper rifle, my dude. A sniper rifle. What? He got tape over there to block off the cars. Right? That makes sense.
Brandon
But look where I
Mitchell. What's up, my guy?
They don't got no tape, but he's putting up tape. Remember, extra tape, because they already had tape up there.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say. Johnny
Look.
must have a delicate shoulder.
Look at this. We on Crane and Bridge Street. Motherfucker ran over here. Look. Look. I am behind the tape. Behind the tape. Behind the tape. See? Officer Lane playing games on his phone. Playing games on the phone, huh? Looking for a mail. Look, ladies and gents, here's the tape. Right? Do not cross.
New York.
Never cross.
State audits.
Tape right here. Yeah, he brought the gun to intimidate. You saw that. I wasn't even gonna go live. I'm not gonna front. I was just gonna do a regular video. That way it was crisp and clear. But look, there's no tape. I came from second. There's no tape here.
He really needs to get a
There's no
stabilizer
tape.
on that camera, man.
He talking
I'm starting
about
to get
they don't
seasick.
have resources. This motherfucker up the street got tape. So I'm over here. Made my way over here.
all that fast spinning and shit's making me dizzy.
Like, yo, this is crazy. They're obviously looking at this house or something. I don't know. That's you would assume for him to be sitting there So he tells me to get on the sidewalk. But because I don't, then I'm obstructing. But it's obstructing. But if I would have stayed on the sidewalk, I was okay. So we're
If
gonna go
you
to the other
think
side.
he
You can
needs
see.
a stabilizer,
You
let's
see the
put
tape? Look.
let's put a 3 in the room or 69. If you think he needs a stabilizer, let's put 69 in the room. I think he needs a stabilizer.
See, they got tape over here. I didn't cross over here though. See what I mean? They got the tape. I didn't go from that direction. I came from over here. Look at these people are walking. Let's see what they say.
Yes, a gimbal ASAP. Absolutely, Marcy. Absolutely.
Oh my God, I did. I can't run into people.
So they didn't say nothing to them. You see? They about to pass the tape. I didn't do that. So if they continue to say stuff to me or anything like that, it's harassment. Looks like he got his eyes set on the next victim. That's hilarious. Don't shoot first and then ask questions later, man.
These cops get so triggered.
Looks like we got two hypocrites here. Discriminators. So if you guys remember Sarah Steiner here, she was the one who failed
Right
to
back,
intervene
buddy.
when I was being attacked.
All right, mate.
Okay, so I don't think she knew about the
Hello, buddy.
New Yorkers' Right to Monitor Act until after I filed my complaints, because I filed the complaint against her. And what was your buddy's
Look at
name that
ponytail on cop.
that
Holy
night? You
shit.
remember, Miss Steiner?
Got that.
The night that I was attacked in front of you and you didn't do anything about it. Huh? A day? I need a day for you to remember you violated someone's equal rights. I tried to file a complaint, or I wanted to file charges and you guys wouldn't allow me to. You don't remember that?
Oh, hell.
You know, you remember.
Uh-oh, he's going to make her mad. Going to upset the Karen.
Hey, don't get in front of the window.
What do you mean?
Don't get in front of the window.
Yeah, told you.
Be careful, don't
Here you
fall.
go.
I'm trying to cross the street.
Just want it. See, we're right here.
I'm on the sidewalk.
Weapon pointed this way.
Dude, I don't know what he's doing in there. It's
not
dark.
safe. It's dangerous. That's why
Look, I don't know what your problem is. Just go over there, man. I'm on the sidewalk. That's what you guys wanted, right?
It's been more dangerous.
literally what you
there
wanted.
Than past the tape.
Is it not?
She followed him behind the dumpster. Oh, no. Here comes
Dude.
Godzilla.
I'm asking
Get
you.
your lieutenant, man.
I'm going to tell you next.
Get your lieutenant.
Turn around and place your hands behind your back.
I didn't do anything wrong, bro.
I don't know why
You're gonna
they're
end
so
up-
triggered,
Place your
hun.
hands behind your
You're
back.
gonna end up losing this. Get your lieutenant. A mistake. It cost me $50 money here. Qualified immunity doesn't work for you. So I'm not being detained. Now I'm being detained.
I already told you, right?
For what? For what?
Structure.
Obstruction. When I'm exercising the New Yorkers' Right to Monitor Act, you can't use that. It
Wow.
clearly says that in the fucking act. So where's your lieutenant?
I've still not figured out why these New York cops do this shit for. It don't never go anywhere, and it always gets dismissed.
You got a lieutenant coming? You got a lieutenant
It's a
coming?
waste of time and taxpayers' money.
You just said you had a lieutenant coming. Get sergeant over, please. I'm not going to end well for you, just so you know.
Because you got a camera and they're arresting you.
So what though? Tell me what you need me to do and why.
Yeah,
But why?
all for a camera.
No, I need to know because I'm standing, right? I don't know what you're doing.
All
right now.
for
You
a
know, I don't
freaking
consent to
camera.
any searches. I don't consent to any searches, man.
You don't have to. It's a weapons background. Separate your feet.
Weapons? So you think I have weapons?
Separate your feet.
Okay. So this a Terry stop now? This a Terry stop now? No. So you have no right to search me then. I don't consent to this. Is there a lieutenant coming? Is there a sergeant coming? I'm requesting a sergeant.
Yep, absolutely, Dan.
I don't consent to this, just so you know. You keep searching. You don't even touch my privacy like that, bro.
You threw your phone. Yeah, he'll be out in 4 to 5 hours. They'll let him go on a desk appearance, and then he'll beat it. And
Right?
yeah, because they don't never go anywhere with this shit.
What you looking for, man? Just keys.
It's insane.
Keys. You got a big ass fucking sniper rifle. You worried about keys?
Sometimes people keep knives on their keys. Do they want Mr. Castillo?
You don't have fucking right to search me anyways. I don't consent to this. Remember that.
Are you good with him if I get back to it?
You know, I had somebody tell me yesterday that my super chat button was broke. I don't know. I haven't seen one, so I'm assuming they may be right. Haven't seen one in forever. Not saying anybody has to. I'm just saying that somebody said that they tried and they couldn't get it to work. So I don't know. I know the gifting button's working. I'm thankful
Yeah,
for
that
that.
works.
Yeah, it definitely does. Mira's uses it quite a bit. Yeah, Miss Marcy can come back and tell us how she likes that new camera.
What do you mean? I crossed the street. I didn't pass in front of the window.
Oh yeah, definitely a lawsuit. New York State audit.
So then why are you fucking detaining me right now? You see what I mean? I ain't got nothing else to say.
I watch him sometimes. Just when he starts dropping that N word, I can't stand that. I don't care who it is. No offense to anybody that uses it for whatever reason. I just can't stand it. I can't listen to it over and over. Thank you, Brandon Mitchell, for a 99-cent super sticker. Woo-hoo.
Well, that one works.
Well, that one
I'm
did work. Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out why, apart from being bus hurt, he was arrested. But
I guess because he was filming.
now, is this in New York City or this?
Yes. Or yeah, it's New York State. Yeah. It's not even the worst part of New York. He's like in New York State. If you're blocked, you can't send super chats. Well, I don't have anybody blocked as far as I know, unless somebody's went rogue and started blocking people.
No, not right now.
Turn off my
Go
phone.
around.
please.
What?
Excuse me.
Can you go around?
Yo, can you put it face it the other way,
Nope.
please? I
Sorry.
want to record this.
Okay.
Can you put it the other way so I can record? You're keeping me from doing that. I have a right to film.
Thank
this.
you,
Even if I'm
Melina,
entertained.
for the $2.99 super sticker.
I don't want
Appreciate you very much. Thanks.
Can you please just move my phone
Thank
over?
you, Mountain Girl. You've explained it. He wasn't behind the invisible
So I
tape.
can record this like I have a right to.
Keep forgetting about that
My
invisible
right to
yellow
be able to
tape.
Document this and film this.
Listen, man. Right now, your place.
I'm detained.
Right.
Right. So I have a right to film this. So please turn it over.
I'm not gonna do that.
So you're gonna.
He
violate
wasn't
my right
behind
to
the
film it.
invisible tape.
You are.
It's still being recorded,
No,
right?
You're instructing my right to film it. It's not. Can it see? Can it see?
Rules for thee and not for
I'm working with
me.
you halfway right now, boss.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
So he's not arrested. He's
Good
detained.
for a minute, sorry.
Yeah, make sure to go that way. Thank you.
Detained on nothing, but still being told he can't film it. Talk about abuse of powers.
Well, I'll say one thing. Melina's cute. And I mean nothing by that. I'm just saying you're cute by the picture that you have up.
Okay, well, you see my foot, right? I'm gonna flip it over.
Stop moving. Just
I'm
hold
not-
still.
I want to flip my foot.
We're not
over,
moving
dude.
right now. We're staying right here because it's just you and me, okay?
Am
We're
I?
gonna
Am
stay
I?
right here.
I'm not moving. I didn't move.
You were moving. You
My
started kicking
foot-
your
my
feet out. That's my
foot.
point.
My one
We're
foot
standing
moved.
still.
Wow. You guys, I'm telling you, I'm gonna hold you liable for this. I will be suing you guys for this. I did nothing wrong.
Okay. All right.
Other people passed through with no problem. I crossed the street to get a better angle, like I have a right.
Okay. All right. Copy.
They didn't get the slop of donuts today. Oh my goodness.
Can you please turn my phone over? Don't turn it off, man. Don't turn it off.
Well, they did. They done it. They turned it off anyway.
Yeah, they will do because now they can beat him up. It's just no evidence, allegedly. Hello to everybody, by the way.
He's filming in the hood, Mountain Girl said. Man, I got to show you something I done today, Grim.
Oh,
And for
So
all the
was
new
it-
people that come in.
I was going to say, so long as it's within YouTube's terms and conditions, that's fine.
It is. For those that have already seen it,
Team 7 found subject 1096 and seems to be eating another person. 2-6. Copy Echo Team 10-0. Keep an eye out on your 6. Where there's one, there's more. We've got 6 in the wire!
I like it. I like that a lot. Lisa,
I
how are
worked
you
on
doing?
that took me
How
2
long-
hours to do that little 47-second clip.
Yeah, but it's so worth it. I mean, some
Yes.
of the things which I do can take a few hours just to get it right the way I want it. But that's brilliant. I like that. What did you use for that to produce that?
Canva. I'm just learning how to do that kind of stuff. I've never done anything like that before. That's all by just a fresh start. You know.
Have you got the paid version, or you're on the free version of Canva?
Yes, I do. I have the paid version. Yes.
All right, okay. Because I was going to say, if you didn't, I'd link you in with ourselves. So if you ever want to drop it, and I'll give you an invite into our group, and then you can carry on using it.
I think I accidentally paid for it for a year,
Oops.
and
Accidentally.
not-
How can
not
you
now. I mean, I don't even remember when I was going to use it once before, and you know, it was limited because it wasn't pro, and then I paid
Yeah.
for it, and I guess I paid for it for the year. So
Ouch. That's expensive. Expensive mistake. Funny, but I'm silly angry this. Is it something I didn't say or something I said? Not. Seems to have dropped off. If you're out there,
It
come
dropped
back.
off?
So, yeah, overall, did you have a good weekend, so to speak?
oh
I know
yeah,
it's not quite finished where you are. I mean, it's Monday morning here. It's back to work for me. But yeah, as long as you had a good weekend, and I hope everybody else did as well. I had a weekend more or less away from YouTube, which makes a change for me. I think I did an Saturday afternoon live, which is very unusual for me. I think I was bored at the time, and I thought I'd go live because there's nobody around. That was different for me, but yeah, back to normal now. I'll do a shameless plug for tonight's live at 8:15 UK time.
Yeah, seems to be a few people doing some lives tonight. And that.
Yeah, but with you being so many hours behind, if you're free, you're more than welcome to come in and join. We're going to be talking about the network and video, and might even do, with permission, run through an audit or two and make some comments for people who we know.
Some of that stuff's just drama, I don't even care for all that drama that's going on. You know what I mean? Not saying you, just some of the drama that's going on.
Oh, I don't do drama.
Yeah, I'm not about it. I mean, it's unfortunate, but they need to figure it the fuck out,
Oh, I agree totally. Even with, as I say, any stream I do, the only drama is when I bring it in, and it's very rare I do that. Even talking about Levi is not drama to me. That's just a bit of fun, a bit of purple fun. You know what I mean? But yeah, tonight's live will just be in regard to auditors in general.
Yeah.
But I've never ever had a go at an auditor, even if I don't like them, unless they've done something in their past. I won't have a go at them. If they've done certain things in their past, I just won't even have a go at them. You know what I mean? I just won't talk about them because I don't want to give them any airtime. Don't want to promote them.
I don't have a purple auditor.
Don't you? I dare you to go out one day in purple and do an audit.
That'd be funny.
I think it'd be hilarious. I shouldn't give myself ideas.
Right?
I haven't even got a purple t-shirt.
Yeah, I don't have a purple t-shirt. Well, I do too. Yeah, I have a purple t-shirt.
Oh, don't wear it in honor of him, please. I was listening to him for about 5 minutes yesterday, but then I was listening to Stone Vet, who did a piece on it. And I must admit that was funny. I just can't stand the guy's voice, though. Not Stone Vet, Wrangler. It grates. That's all I'll say on that one. So, what's going on in the chat? Who's oh no, it's moved on from what they were talking about. The private chats have been discussing some. What's that? Suspicions of who he is. Oh, I don't know what you're going on about.
I don't know what the hell's going on there.
That's
true, Brandon. At least it's live streamed. They can't delete it unless they get into his account. And yeah,
or to get a court order, which is highly unlikely. I can't see it. I can't see a judge signing that off, as evidence. But this is the reason why you should always have a backup away from YouTube so it can't be taken off you.
Hello, Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer. Good morning. John doesn't know what's going on either. I don't care what's going on. Did he gaff? I'm going to start using that catchphrase again because only because of a certain guy who decided to put it up on a promo somewhere and nicked it. How dare they? Sweets? Who's Sweets? Yeah, the only thing which I think I did over the weekend was take the dog out for a walk every now and again. She's great. She comes up to me and looks at me with those, big dopey eyes.
I'm doing good, dear. Been working on a video today, and now I kind of hit a brick wall and I need some help. I figured out how to get Google Chrome on there. I did figure that out though.
I don't have a purple Chrome.
That was a lot of fun, but I figured it out. Yeah, I like that. I like that editing stuff. It's pretty cool. Once I figure it out, I think I'll do really good with it and everything.
What's that on Canva?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the only downside that I can see with Canva is when you put your own video up, it takes, depending on if you're using the app on your laptop. If you're using the app on the laptop, it's a little bit quicker, but if you're doing it on the website, it takes longer to upload. But yeah, you can mess about with it. All the promos that I've done for myself and other people, I've done all on Canva.
Now the only thing I hate about editing and everything is and that is I don't have a way to load a video from my phone because I don't have one of those SD card in it. You know what I'm saying? Which maybe I should put one in.
What you can do is you can upload it to Canva. Download the app, and then you can upload it on Canva, and it'll go into your onto your Canva account.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know I could do that from my phone, so that'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, you open up Canva on the app, and then you can upload. Where you would normally go in to start a video, you can upload it, and then what I would suggest is that you have a project for videos, and that way you can save it into there, but don't finish it, don't close it. You with me? Just save it, and then when you go onto your laptop, it should be in your projects. And then once you've finished with it, you can delete it so you don't have too many in there that you keep, you lose track on. Hello, my twin. Hope you're good.
Hello, my twin. How are you doing, sir?
The link is further up in the chat.
Yeah, I just sent it to him an email.
All right.
Yeah, he's over trying to handle some other stuff, I guess. Jennifer's got some video I can't wait to get from her. I think that'll be awesome. I can't wait to do some projects with her. She's local here. She lives right here with me, and not.
Oh yes.
She lives in the same town.
Saying. Yeah, I remember you saying.
Me and Mary's excited about that. We can't wait to do some projects with her. She's wiry.
Angel up here with you?
No, Angel is not up here with me.
Where is her? Where is she?
I don't know where her is. You have Chrome running on Linux? Nice. Mm.
I looked at it.
I don't know. Is she in her kennel?
I looked outside too.
I don't know where she's at then. She's got to be hiding around here somewhere. Oh no, the mysterious hiding dog.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Better than the invisible dog.
Yeah.
Jennifer, been having a look at your playlist. Some good songs on there.
Yeah, she's got some good music on there.
Tell you what I'll do. I will sub to you only so I can get, if there's anything updated, I'll get it. So you've just had a slight increase in subscribers. See, I like listening to music, especially when I'm working.
There's Mountain Girl. Woohoo!
Woo! Woo! Just a mountain girl. She likes a woo-woo, apparently, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Personally, I think it might be a fetish, allegedly. But there again, she'd probably deny that. Again, allegedly. I have been told that I should stop using the word allegedly quite so much, or at least get it copyrighted, patented, as my saying. But if Mountain Girl's up in the mountains, she's going to need something to attract attention if she ever gets lost. And I think a woo would be enough to bring people
Right,
running.
Don, what you said. Who doesn't like a good woohoo?
Oh, I never said that. I just said that it was. I mean, John likes a woohoo.
Oh boy, all next week we're going to be in the 80s.
Is that cold or warm where you are?
That's warm.
Right. Temperature's dropped here. I've not even looked to see what it is, to be honest. But I know it's cold outside because the heating's come on.
Said, baby, it's cold outside.
I've got to have the temperature at a reasonable level. Can't be too cold, otherwise the missus gets infections very easily. I mean, we're lucky we only have a few people who actually come into the flat. But if one of them's got a cold or anything like that, she can pick it up. And then life becomes murderous.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got snow today.
Snow? Oh, hell no.
Tie-day. I love typos, by the way, so keep them up.
No, y'all can keep that 4-letter word up there. I am not a snow person.
You're not a cold person either.
Mm-mm.
That's what some people say anyway. Personally, I just think that you've got a warm heart, cold exterior, when you want to be.
All I can say is screenshot this for Auditor Joe.
And, of course, give him the one.
And call me crazy.
Yeah, don't forget to give him the signal. That's the one finger job, by the way. Middle finger. Or if you want to be really nice, give 2 fingers
What's
up.
up, man?
Finger, 2 fingers. Hey, up. Stats. How you doing, mate?
What up?
I am in high demand, man. I am the Canva technician. How may I help you today, sir?
Well, let me show you what I've done first, and
Okay, all right.
and
I wish I had my remote
then you
so I could
can
turn this shit down.
critique
over here.
it.
Is that music
and-
disturbing you guys? Because I hear there's some music in my background here.
No,
Is it too loud? Okay.
no.
Team 7-5 subject is 1096 and seems to be eating another person. 2-6. Copy Echo Team 10-0. Keep an eye out on your 6. Where there's one, there's more. We've got 6 in the wire!
Wow, that's actually impressive, sir. The only critique I would have on those is I would change the background because the elements, the pictures that you have there, scrolling up.
Yeah,
At least my preference is to turn those black behind the photos, or when you have your strip. Initially, it's all white.
yeah.
I usually change my strip completely black, and you can actually, kind of move the picture aside and just change the color of the background. I mean, that's the only thing that stood out to me right there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what kind of effect you were going for with the scrolling up. Was it kind of like a film effect you were looking for? or
It was.
something?
I don't know how to stop it from doing that. That's the only reason it's still doing it.
Because it does that to me on occasion. It does, and I was wondering if that was on purpose or not, because it
No.
didn't look like it, and I didn't want to hurt your feelings by saying, "Oh man, that really sucks." But no, the video itself though was great. I loved it. What you got to do is let me go on Canva myself so I can talk you right through it and address it right out. I'm actually working on something right now with it, because it's just, but I'm just making a little meme kind of thing. But what you want to do here, let me get on a
Hurry
different project.
back, Mountain Girl.
What is this? Is this a video? Okay, video. Okay. So what you want to do? So let me just add a picture, that way I can talk you through it better. I'll just add that. Okay. So if you were to animate it, so what that is that picture that you have up is animated. So, and what you have that as is baseline. Okay.
Okay.
The one that makes it scroll up like that is called baseline. Do you see that up there on the top of the screen?
Yes.
So when you click on the picture and you see baseline, you see that, right? Is that what it says?
Yes.
Click on baseline. Maybe click on it twice until you see on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see remove animation.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now check it, see if that worked.
That looks nice.
Did it work?
Yes.
Perfect. That's how you do that. Yep. That's how you do that. And sometimes it, for some reason, because what happens a lot of times is it'll ask you a choice. It'll say, do you want to apply this animation to all of the elements? And sometimes
Yeah.
on accident, you'll click it, and it'll do all that. It'll do that for every fucking thing you got up there. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
that helped though, right?
Yes. And
Okay,
the next thing
perfect.
is I found out how to turn the camera
Yeah,
on
let me
inside the
back out of
studio
this.
and shit. But I can't
Hold
figure
on.
out how to turn it on, how to where you can do like a voice without the camera.
Okay, so I use a program called. Okay, so what voice program are you using?
I'm not.
You're not. You're just using your own voice then.
Yes, but that's because I haven't really dove into anything
But you don't want right at this point. All you're just trying to do is make your voice added to whatever you're doing, right?
Well, like with that last part of that video, I found that audio, where it was like it sounded like the skulls and everything were growling as they were coming forward.
Right.
you know. So but I found that searching in Canva, but I
Yeah.
want to be able to like add voices, to like the one spot where the pig was behind the cop car, and the
But
turtle.
you want to say what's being said though, right?
Yes, yeah, I want
You want the pig to talk though, but you're doing the voice.
yeah, but
Okay.
maybe like in an animated, or not
Right. Yeah.
necessarily
Yeah.
my
Right.
voice.
So what I would recommend to you, sir, is now it's a little this. I'm not a huge fan of this, and maybe if you can find a better program than what I found, it'd probably be a good idea. But the one that I use is called Magic Mike. No reference to the movie at all. It's called Magic Mike, and it's an app. And they have and it's a little complicated, but you have to have your mic set up, and it took me a while to figure all that out, how to get my mic to work in correspondence with the program. But it does work. It does tell you how to do it. It's just a little complicated initially. But I don't know. I mean, all you really want to do is find a voice changing app. It doesn't matter what kind. Magic Mike, I'm not completely, that's the one I use, but I really don't like it that much.
Right.
So I would hate to tell you to use something that I don't really like. It's a little janky. It doesn't always work all the time, and it always it interferes. I think when you're running Canva and Magic Mike at the same time, they interfere with each other somehow, and I don't know why.
Oh
But
shit.
it'll cause one or the other to crash. And it's kind of crappy. So if you can find any voice changing app, and usually I just go to the Google App Store and I just type in like voice changer recorder or something like that, and you can find different apps that will allow you. But I always say just go for the least complicated looking one that they have. But I usually go with the rating too, like 5 stars and above,
Right.
or 4 stars and above. And but that's what I would recommend, man, is doing that. And then what you do is once you get your recording, so whatever app you're using, like with Magic Mike, all you do is you pick whatever voice you want, and it has a whole big list of voices that they offer, right? So it'll have, like, for instance, I used for the Kimmy voice that I used in that one video, it's called Man with Swollen Mouth. And I just clicked. Yeah, exactly. I clicked on that one, and then then you go to a thing called the toolbox. You click on the toolbox, and it'll say record voice, and then you record the voice. You say what you want to say, and then you just hit export, and it will download it to your computer wherever you want it to go. Like for me, I actually have a folder that I call YouTube, and everything that I do, my photos, anything that I want to keep, including those voiceovers, I will send them all to that YouTube folder, and then I go hunt for them once I download it to that folder. But usually, I what I do is if I want to find it quickly, I usually start whatever the voiceover is. I usually make it like A1, A2, A3, so they're right up front in the first part of the file, And but that's the way I do. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, though. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
Yeah, it does make sense.
And then
Like,
what you do though, once you pick it though, you hit up. Okay, so on Canva, I forgot to explain that to you. I just wanted to let you know about that. So let's say you uploaded the voiceover, right? Then you would just go to your uploads, which is on the left-hand side of your screen, that little taskbar that has all your elements, the text, the brand, and what says uploads. And then when you want to upload your voice, whatever the file is, or wherever the file, whatever you named it, you just hit upload files, and then you can go to your downloads, your documents, your videos, your, whatever you have your stuff under, and you just click on the file and it will download to Canva for you, or upload to Canva.
Well, I am learning that it's best to lay the video up part of it out first before you ever add any fucking like
Right.
voice and shit. Like,
Yeah, actually, that is a good thing to note. What I suggest to you, sir, is make each video as a segment. So if you want to have a scene of, I don't know, I'll just bring something a random thing. If you want to make Santa Claus go down a chimney, right? That's all you need to work on that one video. Then you upload it to your computer, right? And then you download it back into Canva, and now you have that segment that you
makes
can add
sense.
to your entire video. So it doesn't get so confusing, because in the beginning, when I started doing all this, I would have the same problem. When you add something, the audio stays in one place and the fucking video keeps pushing down the screen, as you already probably could tell.
Yes.
And then you got to move it back to where it needs to go. And if you don't move it all the way back, because I've had videos where I've gone live and all of a sudden I'm talking as Honest Abe, and all of a sudden I hear like a fucking explosion in the middle of what I'm trying to say. I'm like, fuck, I didn't mean for that to be there, so so I would say that do like when I do, for instance, when I did the Forrest Gump thing. So what I'll do is I'll do like, okay, I want the beginning sequence to be that feather thing that was flying around, right? So that's all I did on that segment. And then what I usually do as a transition, just to keep everything separated when I start adding those segments in, is I put a little 0.5 second, and you know what I'm talking about, how you can adjust the time on the duration, right? I put a 0.5 second black screen right there in between the segments. And that way, when I add a transition, all you see is a little bit of a black blurb, and then it moves on to another segment. You see what I'm saying?
Nice.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I learned how to remove like backgrounds from characters and stuff like that, And
Cool, though.
yeah, that is cool.
I use the Magic Grab one the most. I don't know if you have that yet, but I think
Yes.
you should. The Magic Grab one is the one that I think works the best, because sometimes when you're uploading, I don't know, it's a glitch, I think, in the program. But sometimes when you upload it, it doesn't stay with the background gone. It'll fucking add it anyway randomly. So you got to be real careful when you upload it and then you download it back into Canva. Make sure you check it to make sure that background's still not there. Sometimes what I'll do is, if I know that, let's just say I'm making my background a solid color, sometimes I'll just snip that entire image out, whatever I want, without the background being there, and then just paste it back onto the fucking background, so I am guaranteed that image won't come back in the background side of it.
Well, see that what I'm working on, that project that I'm working on, what I see in my mind and what I'm trying to get on there,
Right.
Is I'm trying to build a story about. It's kind of a fictional kind of thing, but I'm trying to tie it all into like, how people call them cops pigs.
Right.
And that's
right.
my name is Nightmare. Our name is Nightmare. So I was thinking Nightmare on Pig Street. So
that's
like
cool.
yeah, that's why when it first popped up, it says welcome to Nightmare on Pig Street. And then,
Right.
I'm trying to depict like the auditors and like that guy, he was at a rally and he was, and my next little scene I'm going to do, I found some characters that I've already got cut out, and they're characters that are actually look pigs dressed like cops.
Yeah.
And they're in full riot gear.
Right.
And shit. So that's going to be like my next little scene. I don't know.
The one thing I would suggest to you, though, and it helps, I think, a little bit, or at least in my eyes, is I usually separate the head from the body.
Okay.
So that way I can add, like, if I want to add a profile type position or different, stances, like I want a profile of a pig's head versus them looking straight ahead all the time, or so on and so forth. So I'll have, for the same character, I'll have different ones. Like maybe I'll have the back of the head, the side of the head, and the where they're looking straight at you. So that way, if you just take the body and separate it from the head, you can add those for your different things. And then you can add that little, what I usually do is just to add like, because of course I don't know why they haven't included that in Canva where they make mouths move yet, but I think that's probably going to come eventually. But that's the only thing that frustrates the hell out of me is the mouths don't move. And when you add that little what's it called? Let me see what they call that. It's called,
I noticed also, I don't know if it how it works, but I noticed on Canva they have it where you can share with another person.
yes,
and
they can.
They can help you do work on the same project that you're working on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works yet. I've never done it, and I'm a little weird
I haven't
about
either.
that.
I just noticed it.
I'm almost a
You-
little afraid about it because
To do that, you need to create a team.
yeah, that's it.
Um,
Yeah,
Okay.
And then you can because I've got a few people who use my Canva, so they've got access to it, and that way they can create their own as well.
now can they
Um,
mess with your projects, or can you make them
only-
exclusive to
only-
you?
You just don't share them. You only
Okay,
share the
got it.
projects that you want them to have access to.
Oh, I see.
However,
Okay,
if you've got Pro, you're
I do,
also
yeah.
sharing the license with them so they can create their own.
oh,
well.
okay, yeah, I
and they
have
can
Pro.
and they can share that. Pro's
Yeah.
great. And the more people that, if for argument's sake, if there's a couple of people sharing it, then if they want to donate something towards you, the cost of it, then that's down to them.
Right.
That's between you and them, nobody else.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I've got a few people who've got access to Canva, and some of them are quite good at working it out. But then
Right.
their problem is an eye for detail.
Yeah.
Now, see,
yeah.
that's something I would like to do, like maybe get with Tats or whatever,
Yeah.
and share, so so we can, and then I found out since you don't make phone calls, you can use like there's a little program like on your like if you have Windows.
Yeah.
And that you can do like Duo or something like that. It's not a
Yeah.
phone number. It's not a phone thing. It's like a chat,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Or we could just do it.
Or we
set
could
in
do it on
StreamYard, either
StreamYard.
one.
Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if any way I can help. I mean, I can't always be available all the time, but
Right.
But it looks like, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I saw things on your video that I haven't done yet. So you're doing pretty good.
That took me 2 hours to make that 47-second clip.
That I'm gonna tell you, that's another thing. People don't understand that about how much, especially if you're very and I can tell you're very detail oriented, and it bugs me sometimes when I can't get. I'll just give you, for instance, for that last video I just made, having that RPG go directly into that motherfucker's mouth. It seems like such an easy thing, but when you have to separate the still image with the motion image, so you have it going up and into the mouth, and then the next cutscene, of course, is it sitting in the mouth, right? But then to get it to be the same image directly as the one before that, it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't allow you to freeze it into the mouth and then then get rid of the animation. It won't let you do that. You have to go back and just kind of like copy and paste it and try to match it onto the prior image to get it to fit right where you want it to be. And that is a pain in the ass sometimes.
For me, was the biggest pain in the ass was like the first, like where the cop car was chasing that one car, to find
Right.
two vehicles that were animated to where they were turned basically in the same direction and not
Right. Right. I'll tell you a secret to that. I mean, at least for my janky little fucking animations that I do sometimes, if I can't get something with the wheels are turning on it, I'll lower the car to where I only see the body of it.
Oh hell.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now you don't have to worry about the wheels turning or anything like that. You just have you just like I did in that Forrest Gump one. You don't see the tires on the bus. You just see the upper part of the bus. And that way, when I moved it across the screen using the little path animation thing they have,
And it took me forever to get that goddamn helicopter placed to where it didn't look stupid. You know,
Right.
I bet I fooled with it probably 30 minutes getting that helicopter, shaping it, reshaping it, and
Right.
you know, and then watching how it was gonna move with the chase scene and everything. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
you son of a bitch. At one point, the helicopter was flying backwards. I'm like, oh hell no.
I enjoyed what I saw. Actually, I thought that was a phenomenal. Even for that little bit that you did, that's phenomenal. And I'll tell you another thing. Like anything, the more practice you have, the faster you're going to get at it. Because I'm starting to get a lot faster than I used to be. It used to take me like 18 hours per fucking video, just about, because I timed it one time and I kept running into about like 15 hours, 18 hours. Like, holy shit, when am I gonna
I couldn't imagine like showing the pulling of how you got that, like showing the pulling of the fucking string. I just that little bit that I was doing was like,
oh, that right there. What I did is I made a line. So I drew a line, which is you got that drawing feature on there, and you just draw a line, right? I drew a line that what I thought would match the color of a pull string, you know. And then what I did is I searched on my little elements bar there for a circle, just, you know, a circle with a hollow center.
yeah.
So then I just put the drawn line under the circle, and then I grouped them together. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then I took the little troll dude, and I put him on the screen, but then I layered the string behind the troll dude with the group together pull thing. And then all I did was I took the little feature on there where it says you can draw like a path of whatever it is, and I just clicked on that string and I just went whoop straight up, and that was it. And then in order to reverse that, though, that's where it gets you, is to reverse it. But see, then I started thinking, well, a string doesn't always take the same path, like up and down. So
Right.
I shouldn't really worry about it being identical, because for a while I was trying to get it to be identical. And then I thought, no, that's actually
It
unrealistic.
probably is, John. Yeah.
Well, what's
Welcome
up?
back, buddy. Did you notice that I had Kaiser hiding in there?
No, I didn't. I didn't see that.
Not, so far, I don't think anybody has seen that.
Yeah, that's funny.
Watch. I'll play it again. I want you to watch.
What am I doing?
Now we're looking out for it.
Hold on. I gotta go back to your channel. I don't know why I got out of your channel, but let me go back to your channel again. Let's see. There's so much going on tonight. There's a bunch of people live right now.
Yes,
You got
I know,
that drama going over in Indiana, which is it just boggles my mind. I didn't know what the hell everything was. Last night I was shocked by everything. I had no idea any of that kind of crap was going on, and then I kind of took some time and I talked to both parties involved, and I got more of an understanding of it, and it's just a mess. And I would rather not even be in the middle of it.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just shaking my head because everybody needs to come together, man. We're all fighting the same fight. It's
right. Yeah.
All right.
It's not worth. It's not really worth it all, you know. Oh, nothing, Marcy. Just typical YouTube drama. It's the streets of YouTube, man.
It's the
We're on
same ones that are into it, Marcy. KT, Hennessy, Indiana, this person, that person. You know, same old drama that started in here that one night.
Yeah, in the wise world of hopped up Rodney King, can't we all just get along?
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Can't we all just get along?
It would absolutely would
Tats,
be.
I know there's people who like you and there's people who dislike you. The one thing which I like about you is that you actually show respect to people when you talk to them.
I try.
And to me, that I don't care about the divisions.
Right.
I don't take sides. And it's, I don't like it when people tell me who I can and can't watch.
Right.
You would be. The only thing I will say is I respect people. Doesn't necessarily mean that I trust them. Trust
Correct.
is something that takes longer
Right.
and is earned. Respect is something, to me is a basic function.
Well, it's easier to switch from respect and disrespect to not respecting something. Yeah, it's easier to do that than to have your trust compromised, and then once that's compromised, you never really trust fully again.
Yeah. I mean, I come
You're
on
fine,
there.
twin.
I trust Nightmare because of what he's demonstrated.
Right. Nightmare's an awesome guy, man.
I have trust in you that you're not going to have a go at me, but if you want to have a go at me, you can do.
Yeah, round one fight. No, I'm just kidding. I'm good.
It makes no difference to me. I don't care.
Right,
People fall out with me all the time, and other people
Pull that down, Charlie.
jump on board,
What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to be as equal and as fair as I can be, even to those even to those that are supposed to be on, if you want to call it a side. I'm trying to get out of the tribalism side of it and just call a spade is all I'm trying to do. So, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that. And I think it's starting to work for me because I think that appeals to people. I think people are getting tired of just this tribalism bullshit. And I think it's starting because my channel's grown quite a bit when I started doing that. And I think people are attracted to, at least, even if you don't agree with my point of view, at least maybe I'm at least hoping that somebody can respect that I'm making an effort to
Speaking of your channel,
do that.
Taz, not to interrupt you, but I just
Yes,
thought of
sir.
something. How many subs do you have right at the moment?
How many do I have?
Yes, sir.
Lord, I don't know. Half of the time YouTube fluctuates it all the damn time.
Are you over 500?
Oh yes, sir. I am.
Okay. Go into your studio.
Oh, I've done
Click
that.
on
I've already checked that. The monetization.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've checked. I'm about 200 hours short right now.
Oh, so you are eligible at the 500 then?
Oh yeah. I'm only about to. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you where I'm at right now. Right now, let's see. Earn. Oh wow, I lit up red that time. Is that because I'm good? No.
Well, then
I am at 2,820 hours, and I need 3,000 hours. Everything else I got 735 subscribers, and I have 2,820 watch hours. So within the last 365 days. So
guys, if y'all will do me a favor, and that when I go to bed tonight, I'm gonna pull up Tats's channel and I'm gonna hit play all, and I'm just gonna turn my sound down and just let it play through, and everything.
That's awesome.
If y'all would do that, well, if y'all just, even if you put it in a TV that's out of the room, and let it play on YouTube or on a phone or something, and everything, it'll really help out. And that's how we can help.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
that's how you get watch hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah, I don't know all those little tricks.
Yeah, there's quite a few people who are starting to do it, and there's they're going live and saying, this is just to gain watch hours.
Right.
That's in case you want to get monetized and things like that, which is fine. I've got nothing against it because it makes no difference to me one way or the other, to be honest.
Right.
But what I will say is that people need to be wary of some people who take the mickey, shall we say, out of it. And there's certain people who will just run a 24-hour live constantly and repeat the same thing constantly over and over again.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, a lot of news channels do that.
Yeah, there's a couple of drama channels that do it as well. But then, personally, I don't agree with that either. But that's just me.
Right.
Um,
Well, I noticed like CNN does that. Like I'm talking about major networks. Like
oh yeah, they'll
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, they'll
yeah,
do
like
that.
when it
Maybe-
says live, and then I click on it and I go, man, I'd like to see what's going on right now, and it's not.
Yeah. Something
Yeah.
else you could do too, Tats. Start doing lives every night and everything. Not no fucking 24-hour live, but you can go
Right, right.
live, and maybe like when you're working on a video, people will watch that shit. Like
Right.
how
I
you put
actually
it together.
I don't know how to do things like, and maybe that's what I'll get with somebody like you on is like I don't know how to share a screen. Like I've done one live actually in my entire channel's
Right.
history. I've only done one live, and I stopped doing it, and then I went back to StreamYard to try to do it again. And for some reason, my settings were completely like wonky. I guess I got to go and revisit that again and see if I can figure it out. But there's something was weird about my StreamYard. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. No, I agree with that. I would love to do more lives and to share my screen to show people how I do my videos. I would love to be able to do that.
New York State audit is live, so they let him out of jail. Nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind showing people how to do that. I have no problem with that. I mean, there's nothing I mean, it can be complicated, but it's really it's not complicated. It's probably easier for most people. I struggle with a lot of shit. So
Melina said she just
I appreciate
subscribed.
that, Malene. Subscribe to who? I'm jealous. Who'd you subscribe to?
I think she subscribed to you.
To me? Oh, why would anybody want to do that?
Well, that's true.
She's got to
I'm
be
actually-
in her early 20s.
Yeah, I'm actually fascinated that
judging by her
people
picture.
even. Honestly, I watch my videos sometimes. I'll watch my videos a couple of times because I'm my biggest critic.
Oh, dude,
I'll-
I do the same fucking thing. Like,
Man, and I watch my videos and I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I say that? What's up with that? Why is that like for me now that you're animating like you are? I look at some of the mistakes and I go, shit, I need to take down that whole video and correct that shit. And I did that with one of my videos. I can't remember which one. It was like the one before this one.
well, my biggest problem is like I said, I don't know if everybody's heard me say this before. In 2012, I had a minor stroke,
Right.
and I can visualize in my mind what I want, and then you add the ADHD on top of that
Right.
and everything. It's like, oh, how the fuck do I get my hands to understand what my mind is wanting to say,
Right.
or what I want to do? Like, I'm all over the place sometimes, and that's the way I felt this afternoon with that. I was like all over the place, but it was coming together. But I just felt like I was all over the place,
My best advice for that, because I have the same struggles. My attention span is terrible. Even though it seems like I'm okay that way, I'm really not. I struggle with that a lot. And that's the reason why I was talking about the segments. So you can take and do a segment at one point, right? And then be done with that segment and then come back and revisit it in say a half an hour and redo it and do another segment. You see what I'm saying? And that way it's not one long video that you're trying to make work all at one time. You're only working in like, I don't know, minute long segments. You know what I mean? And you can get this animation perfect on that 1 minute segment and then move on to the next one.
If you're not too busy and that, once we can get in StreamYard and I'll share with you, however the hell you do that, we'll figure that out. And I would love for you to collaborate with me on this. And, we can put in there, collab by Tats and Nightmares or Nightmares and Tats, however you want to do it. I think that would be pretty cool because I think you have elements like I want to add like Kaiser being run over, you know what I mean? Or some shit like that. Then maybe chopped up by a wood chipper or something, maybe him running from the police, just to kind of give that.
You know what I do? I'm going to tell you how I do that. I literally go on, and actually his last video, the one that I just did, the one where he's talking about four corners, his face is as clear as crystal right now. So, what I do is I go to his videos and I clip each, like I'll stop it like every second, and I'll see him blink or make his face look stupid, like he's like, rubbing his nose, or he's turned his head to the side. And I'm like, okay, there's my profile picture. Or he looks down. Oh, there's my picture of him looking down. And I clip all of those, and then I just save them into Canva. That's all I do.
That's awesome. Like,
Yeah,
see, I didn't know that I hid it so well that nobody noticed that, watch again, that I hid him so well but it's so blatantly obvious.
But do you need Kaiser faces? Because I can just email a bunch of them to you if you want them.
Yeah, I do, but I kind of, like I said, I'm going to kind of need some help. I'm a visual person. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I get it.
So
now these would just be heads. These would just be heads. Like you could add those to any body.
Like that one scene, I was going to have the guy actually toting his head in his hand, but I couldn't get it placed the way I wanted it to. And it just pissed me off.
I'll tell you another way to adjust it like that, like the micro adjustments that you need, like where it's only like just a hair off. And you're just like, fuck, why won't it just go right where I want it to go? Right. The best way to do it is to play with the sizing of it. So if it's off to the right a little bit, go to the left-hand corner and reduce that side first, and then kind of scoot it over, inch it over just by going, okay, right-hand corner, top right-hand corner down, and then you pull out the bottom left-hand corner. And then you might adjust the top, just kind of like you're just kind of resizing it, but you're resizing it to where it moves over into the right spot.
Right.
If that makes sense. So that's kind of how I do that. So a lot of times it doesn't always work though.
All right, y'all watch this again. I'm still critiquing myself. I'm as bad as you are.
Don't be hard on yourself right now, man, because you're just learning. I mean, I still think my videos suck, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't want anybody to think that, but
you do some great work.
But I really think they are. I honestly don't like my own videos. I really don't. But people say that are good, so I'll just go, okay, keep believing that.
Yeah, you do some
but
good
I
work.
just do them.
Subject is 1096 and seems to be eating another person, 2-6. Copy Echo Team 10-0. Keep an eye out on your 6. Where there's one, there's more. We've got 6 in the wire!
Yeah, actually, I was just talking to you, and I didn't realize I was muted. So you see how you got your images moving across the screen to the side, like panning to the side, panning to the right. The best way to do that is make those pictures more oversized past the borders of the screen, so that way you don't see those gaps.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you make those bigger than the actual screen that you're working with, then you won't see that the black pieces that you have behind it. You know what I mean? So it does look like a movie camera moving instead of just the picture moving by itself.
Yeah, that's the thing. Trying to get them all to like come together in a
right.
Yeah,
but believe me, it's a learning process, man. And my very first videos, man, I'm glad I deleted most of those, by the way, because I hated them. I deleted like 30 videos that I first put on this channel because I did not like them at all. They were embarrassing to me. and now I just said, you know what? I wish I didn't, because it shows the progression of. I wish I could go back and look at those and just see how far I've come now.
Dude, I have got one of the greatest cartoon clips. Like if I could put Kaiser's head on the one and shit.
I don't know how to do it to where it follows the cartoon itself. Like you can
Yeah.
put the cartoon on there. I wish there was a way to do that. I don't know. I see people doing this on different videos. Like I saw that. Remember that is that his name? Cyrex? I don't follow
Yeah.
that dude. But the dude that put this Stone Vet put Kaiser's face on Cyrax's head, and it looked like Kaiser was talking and it was moving with the scene. What program is that? I would love that.
I don't know.
I don't know how that works. I would love to know how
Dude,
to do
I
that.
have got a great little clip from Family Guy. This is where
Be careful with Family Guy, because I got one of my videos ousted for that.
It's old man Hubbard, and he's fighting the Nazi.
Wait, Hubbard's the Herbert the pervert, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the American fighting the Nazi, and it'd be great to like superimpose like your avatar
Right.
as the old man and Kaiser's as the Nazi.
I was using Herbert the pervert as Dr. Dave for a long time.
That's great shit.
Yeah, that was Dr. Dave all the time. Every time like a perverty situation was happening, I'd always have Dr.
Well, yeah,
Dave.
you could do it like him fighting Kaiser too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I actually have sound drops too. I can actually email those to you. I have sound drops of Herbert the pervert saying something like, "Don't piss me off or I'm gonna slap you right in the penis." The things that he says. Yeah. Or I've got some popsicles in my freezer if you want to see them, or some shit. I can't remember what he's. Why don't we settle this like two hot and sweaty teenagers or something like that? He said.
Right.
Yeah, I got all those.
Tupri does some really good editing and shit, man. I'll tell you, that dude is funny as hell.
Streamlabs, yeah, I saw Streamlabs.
Leave the cat alone.
Yeah, Streamlabs might be one of them, but there's some things I would love to know how to do. I just got to know. I just want to know everybody's shit, but I don't have unlimited funds to buy every fucking program out there either.
Right. Me
So,
either. I don't have that kind of funds either. I just have to use what I can find and try to make good with it.
I mean, Canva is very reasonable, I think, and it has a lot of shit. Like, there's a lot of things I don't even know that it has probably. I haven't even begun to tap into most of it, I think. Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
Have you figured out how to use the filters, by the way, to lighten things and darken things and make things different colors?
I played with them just a little bit.
Right.
That sounded bad, but yeah.
I was about to say that's what she said. But
yeah, I shouldn't say that. But that Magic Studio is pretty cool, man. I like it.
Yeah, it is. What's the other one that I use? Let me see. I have my apps too. I use Speed Paint. That's a pretty cool app if you have a picture. It's the app that's on Canva, this little app section that you have, and you can look at different ones. The one called Speed Paint has like you can put a photo of anything you want or a character of anything you want, and a hand comes out and draws it for you. And you can put that on your video if you want it. Like I did that with one of my logos once. There's another one I like to use called Magic Morph. So with text, you can add with the text, you can say, I want to make it look like an apple. Like my words have the color of an apple, and it'll make your words have the color of an apple or the skin of an apple or whatever. So different things. I'm playing around with the apps now just to see what they all do, because there's a lot of them. you know. But let's see what this is. It's called Dale E. I don't know what that is. Oh, Dale E is DALLE. Is you can type in whatever you want and then it'll make whatever image you want. So you can put like astronaut
Yeah.
riding and it'll make that for you.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Like I've learned how to take that where you can take a picture and say like make it scary or something of that nature, you know.
Wait, my twin? I don't know. I just went back to chat. Yeah. I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's the way I would do it, you know. I don't know what Olg is. What is that? Do you talk to Olg? I don't know who the hell that is. Oleg? Who the fuck that is? My twin, you're very cryptic when you talk sometimes. Sometimes I don't understand. Like when you wrote the 19 thing, I still don't even know what the hell you're trying to tell me. When you're talking about 19 something, I don't remember even what the message is, but I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. I kind of act like it's like one of those people that talk to you with a weird accent and you just shake your head yes because you don't know what the fuck they just said, but you don't want to be impolite. Yeah. And,
Allegedly.
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find that little thing that message that you sent me, and I'm. Damn it! I hate when I got my damn notifications on my computer and it covers up shit I'm trying to look at.
Right.
But yeah, man, I don't mind collabing with you. We can figure everything out and see what we can do, man. See if we'll move mountains.
Allegedly.
Let me see
Allegedly.
here.
We might literally move mountains on stream on the videos. You never know. Who speaks like Yoda? Oh, my twin. Yeah, he does. My twin. Find me on my channel. Let's see. Easy to obtain the full version of Adobe Online for free. How do you do that? How do you get that for free? And will the FBI be at my house the next day? I was actually using a janky ass downloading program to pull videos off of YouTube, and it kept trying to give me a fucking virus every time I did one. So I finally found a reputable one that's fine. I use this thing called YTD Downloader is what I use now, and that's how I pull videos off of YouTube. And I don't get, by the way, anybody that I don't like, I don't give them a view before I pull their video. I pull their fucking video and then watch it. I don't
that's what I've been doing too. But I need to find that another program that I can use on my computer because the one I pull it off with is on my phone.
Another thing I can tell you too is sometimes and I don't foresee you doing this, but if you do have an extraordinarily long video, sometimes Canva will refuse it. It has a limit on how long the video can be and what quality. I always upload videos at 720 and it seems to fit. I can add more video that way at 720. And then it'll, when I download it to YouTube, it'll upgrade it to full HD. So, but not that it really even matters with the type of videos I make as far as full HD, but then the other thing I was going to say is if you need to reduce the size of a video so you can download it to Canva, I usually use a website called Clipchamp, and a lot of people use that anyway. I see some people still use it for their videos, but you can download or you can upload a video to Clipchamp, and then you can reduce that video down quite a bit, like the segments that you just need, take all those out and then upload them back to your computer, and you can, or download them to your computer, and then you can use them for Canva. But sometimes, like with Fraud Wrangler shit, his shit's like 5-6 hours long sometimes, and Canva
Yeah.
doesn't like that. So
So you have to chop it in air first.
yeah,
That one
yeah.
uploads little segments.
Yeah, that's how I do it. And also Canva doesn't have a way to make things in slow motion, so I use Clipchamp for that. If I'm making something in slow motion, I use that. And also Clipchamp will allow you to separate the audio from the video, which I like too. So, it's just a whole learning curve. I mean, I'll tell you another thing that's a pain in the ass, trying to get something to explode and put something behind it so it appears after the explosion, and to time that shit, that's hard. I try that sometimes all the time. I try that quite a bit. Like I see these people with masterful intros where something explodes and then all of a sudden you see the word materialize. That's something I would love to be able to do.
Some of that shit's crazy how that works.
Yeah. Like I know Canva has the ability to do that. It's just a matter of how you apply it. Like I just learned that because that video I made called Putting It All Together, I wanted to make the thumbnail look like a jigsaw puzzle. And I found out that there are overlays that are all white because what I did is I found an overlay that was all white. And then once I started reducing the clarity of it, it still kept the black puzzle piece lines, but it got rid of the white stuff, and I just put it over the top of the other image, and it looked like a jigsaw puzzle. So that was something I learned. I didn't realize that that's what it would do, and it worked. So the only thing it did though is you have to run it through a couple filters to make the white side of it go away and bring back the more vivid colors through the overlay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, it's just a matter of playing around and experimenting with things, It's kind of like when you were a teenager,
Right? Yeah, it's some of this stuff, man, just
but it's fun. I agree with you there. It's fun.
It is fun. And
and don't limit your. Another thing is I sit there sometimes and I think to myself, what is the most fucked up thing I can probably come up with to make fun of this or that? And then I just try to make it happen. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. One thing I'm starting to master is making people take a shit.
yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, I'm starting to do that. Everybody likes a fart joke. Kaiser shitting in a litter box. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's fucking funny.
And that's another thing. I'll tell you another thing that I do. How I do come up with some of my ideas. Because people ask me all the time, "How did you come up with that idea? Like, why? How did you envision that happening?" And all I do is I'll make my voiceover. I'll do my commentary first, and then sometimes I'll say something in that commentary that just sounds funny to me. Like, I don't know, like he beat the shit out of that guy. And then I really think if he hit him and shit actually came out of him, and then that's how I kind of put it all together, So I don't know.
That makes sense because, yeah, I'll do shit like that. I'll be thinking about some dumb shit, and then somehow that's the way it just happens,
Right. It's just how your mind processes. You envision the words you're saying, like a physical action to what you're saying, maybe, and I don't know. I started thinking of that analogy when I started making that analogy that cats cover up their shit. and that's how Wrangler's using his claims of valor to cover up his shit in his background.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, why don't I just, my other idea to that, it was, I was actually thinking about putting the word felon across the piece of shit that came out of his ass, or felony. And then I wanted to figure out how I can get him to cover it back up again. So he's covering it up with valor, you see. And that's kind of what I was initially thinking of. I probably should have done it, but sometimes I think that those little details are lost on people and they don't really understand it. And I look at it and go, man, that's a great point that I just made. Nobody fucking even notices it, because it only means something to me, but I don't know. Oh, and another thing I did, which I think you've already discovered, is making the background move is more important than making the element move.
Yes.
The background, as long as the background's moving, it just like the old movies, or even modern movies, they put a person in front of the background, and if they're driving a car, the screen's moving, but the car's really not moving, that kind of thing. But it's fun.
Some
though,
of that
man.
stuff is like some of that shit is like hard to. Are you shitting me?
What happened?
Well, it looks like upstate audit, New York State Audits was arrested again.
What?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me find it.
The fuck? Man, that's another thing, man. As your channel starts growing, there are so many fucking people that send me all kinds of messages. Like random people commenting on shit that I did 5 months ago.
That's because they've only just seen what you did.
Yeah.
I mean, I when I look at people's channels for the first time, I look at the older stuff.
Yeah, I do too. I do that.
I might make a comment, but then I also look to see how they developed by looking at some of the mid-range stuff that they've done. Then look at the new stuff. If they're still exactly the same as they were when they started, to me, they've not made any changes. They've either found their own niche, or they're not willing to change because they believe it works. And then you look at the views, and the views aren't as great as people creators would like.
There's a lot of dead channels out there too that really should. I wish the creator would just get rid of them if they're not using them anymore. There's a lot of dead channels out there. I mean, they still have good content on them. Some of them do.
Yes. Yeah. But I saw one which did not done anything for 3 years.
Right.
And I'm thinking, you've either moved on to something else and just left it, or you could be
dead.
Yeah. Worse than
unalived, I should have said. Sorry. But I agree, man. Actually, there was a Bigfoot guy. Oh man, this guy was funny. If you want to see a guy who was really into what he was doing, and he took himself seriously, but he was a Bigfoot hunter here in Florida. His name was Tim Fasano, and his videos are still up. He has passed away since.
Oh dear.
But he was a taxi cab driver from Tampa, Florida, who would spend every waking hour of his free time. And this guy was not a small dude. He was a very fluffy guy. And he would go out and be sweating his ass off in the midsummer heat in Florida, in the middle of those crappiest swamps you could possibly get into, to look for this creature who I have no doubt in my mind that doesn't fucking exist here in Florida, especially. And he will sit there and whack trees with baseball bats and yell out in the middle of the woods at nighttime, probably scaring the shit out of other people that's trying to camp out there or whatever. And this guy, man, was hilarious to me. And but one day I decided that I wanted to go out and find him and try to figure out where he's at. And I found him one day, and I offered him a snack. And I offered him a snack, and he was like, "Well, I'm going to go out and find him." And I decided that I wanted to go out and find him and try to figure out where he's at. And I found him one day, and I offered him a snack, and he was like, "Well, I'm going to go out and find him." And I decided that I wanted to go out and find him and try to figure out where he's at. And I offered him a snack, I just told him I was a fan, and I just kind of bumped into him. I offered him a snack, and the motherfucker ate the whole thing in one sitting. Like he opened, like, that was crazy. It was like a little bit of trail mix, and he just dumped the whole fucking bag in his mouth. It's like, what? But whatever. But yeah, his name was Tim Fasano. Really weird dude, man. Into
Hello,
a lot of
Gregory.
weird shit. Hi, Gregors. How are you today, sweet nipples? Gregory, listen, man. Here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to remain as neutral as I can, but I cannot not say something that I disagree with. So even if I'm your friend, right? If I'm your friend, I believe a real friend tells you what they really think about a situation, regardless of if it's going to piss them off or not. You still have to be honest with them. If you're a real friend, that is. And they, as a real friend, should be willing to accept that not all the time are you going to agree with what they do. And if they're not a good enough friend to understand that, then they're probably not a good friend. That's just my theory on it. So and the one thing, and I've sworn confidentiality in certain situations like this one. So I am not willing to discuss the ins and outs of what everybody's talking about on this, because they put their confidence in me. So I am just trying to be a bystander, and hopefully these grown ass adults can come to their own resolutions on their own. They don't need me or you or anyone else to hold their hand. They need to figure it out on its own, and you need to separate yourself from it and just be there when they come back to you in whatever capacity. But the minute you put yourself into it, you can become a target.
Well,
so you just
here's the whole damn thing. I think that jealousy sometimes gets the best of people.
right.
And I'm not naming names. I've seen it across several channels. People get jealous over this, that, and whatever, and everything. But to call somebody a name for no reason,
Right.
something especially that is very detrimental, can cause a lot of harm to people.
Right. And I publicly said that, by the way. I said that publicly, and both parties know that where I stand on that. I believe if you're calling somebody what they were called in public online, and there's an allegation that's in your head, you should have asked them in private before that ever happened.
Correct. And even if that were true, I wouldn't out them on YouTube. No way. You know what I'm saying? Not until I turned over the information
Evidence to the police.
authorities.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
I
would
and
never.
Then if they get arrested on what information you uncovered, then go, hey, look, guys, this is what happened. This is what I found, and blah blah blah. It's called reporting a story, not making allegations.
But that's honestly my stance on the entire situation that's going on, is that this thing that happened should have never been discussed on YouTube at all, unless and not even unless, but unless there's charges, that person's convicted and in prison. Then maybe you can talk about it, because other than that, it's borderline, or if not already is, defamation and slander, and you don't want to get into that. And as a friend, that would be my advice to anybody involved in it, is you don't want to go down that way unless you better be fucking positive. Like,
well, and this is something else too. I've always, been myself, and if they don't want to talk about that's not my problem. But if I've had a problem with somebody, or I thought somebody had a problem with me, I've gone to that person and say, hey, let's talk. You know what I mean?
Right. And it's no secret that I'm friends with STC. It's no secret at all. and I am not afraid to tell STC what I think. And rest assured that if I did speak to STC, I told him exactly what I thought. And I'm not afraid. If you're not my friend, then you're not going to be there for me if I do talk to you about the way I speak. And if
Well-
I speak to KT or anybody and I consider you to be a friend and you don't like what I'm saying and you don't want to be my friend anymore because I have an opinion on it, then you're probably not my friend either.
Well, here,
But friends
here's the
agree
thing.
to disagree.
Right.
That's what I was going to
Exactly
say.
what I mean.
Here was the thing. You know, we can as adults, we can disagree about a certain thing.
Right.
And at the end of the day, you know, we can still be friends. We may not.
Not
always
everything
agree
has to
on
be a
things.
war. Not everything has to be a war.
Exactly. We're not running the streets of YouTube trying to have a turf war.
Right.
We're all pretty much on the same page and need to be that way. And just to continue with the drama is petty. You know what I mean?
I hate you too, Gregory.
But people thrive on that shit. They keep it going and they needle and they poke the bear behind the scenes. They're all
Right.
running their fucking mouth, you know, and they're like, you should say something about that. You should do this. And then they all sit back and laugh when all the parties involved are fighting.
I'm trying to take
You
the
know?
part of an ambassador right now. And sometimes I get in trouble doing that. But right now I think I've done a pretty good job at telling people where I stand. If you don't like it, then find somebody that does, I guess, or
Right.
find somebody that you do like. And that's the way the way I look at it. I mean, we shouldn't be
Well,
afraid
you
of
know,
giving our opinions.
I agree.
I love everybody that comes in here. I love all, you know what I mean? To stop supporting somebody just because another person comes in here is bullshit. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's childish. That'd be like me saying, well, Tats, you've got John Doe dickhead fuckface on your chat, and if you don't block him, I'm not coming to your fucking chat no more. Now,
How'd you know
that's
my
petty.
firstborn's name?
I'm just saying. I mean, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's just petty.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'll tell you another thing. This whole YouTube channel thing for me has been a learning experience from day one. And I have developed some skills that I didn't have before, but I also have a lot to work on personally that I don't like about myself that I've seen come out on YouTube that I would love to be able to improve on. The only problem is there are people out there that won't even allow you to try to change yourself.
Well,
They're not
Marcy
going
will
to
tell
like
you.
you anyway.
Marcy will tell you the night all that shit went down with KT and all them over here, you know, Marcy had and KT had a thing. They were back and forth with each other, and that as long as it wasn't too personal, I let it go. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when a person did say something about somebody being certain things, I did speak up and say, hey, look, you know, don't make accusations unless you have proof.
Right.
And don't say that no more. You know what I'm saying?
And I've said as much publicly to allegedly.
But Marcy's
either
from
ones.
California. Hell, she's a big girl. She's probably argues with people just for fun.
I just like Marcy because of her hair.
Yes.
That's all I like about Marcy is her hair. I'm just kidding. She seems like a decent person to me. But you know what? Everybody, I think most people, and I've said this before, and actually,
Hello, UK Transparency.
There's a great book,
UK
and yes,
Transparency. Good morning.
Good morning, UK. I keep forgetting the time changes over there, or from us, you know, compared. But there's a great book out there called A Walk Around the World, and it's written by a guy named Stephen Newman. For those of you that like to read, Stephen Newman in the 80s walked around the entire world. He was the very first documented person to do that. Now, he did not walk on water. Everybody always asks me that. He took a plane or a boat or whatever it was to get across bodies of water, but he walked across the entire continent of Australia. He walked across Thailand. He walked across Morocco, Spain. I mean, he walked all over across the world, around the world. And the one thing that he came to a conclusion of, and this was before I hiked the Appalachian Trail, I was reading books about people doing long distance hiking. And this guy popped up on my radar and I read his book. But I recommend that book to anybody because what it teaches you is generally everybody has about the same type of goal in life, whether you be rich or poor or from this place or that place. Most people have good intentions and mean well, but sometimes those good intentions and those things sometimes aren't necessarily always in the best interest of the people involved in it. You know,
Right.
So I don't know if that makes sense, but also love is universal, and acts of kindness go a long way, even for those people who wish to do you, or people that you would think are intimidating, or people that you might be afraid of. Just an act of kindness can break the ice with people and make them come down a little bit, a few notches to help you deal with those people, you know. But yeah, Stephen Newman, I recommend his book. He actually walked across China eventually. I didn't really like that book, but I love the one where he walked around the world. Very interesting book. But anyway, that's enough about Tat's Book Club.
Well, you know, I think everybody has something to offer. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the thing. Whether you agree or disagree with a person, and that you don't have to talk to that person in the chat just because they're
Right.
there. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You can just ignore them altogether and talk with everybody else.
You can block
But-
them too if you don't want to even
Oh
see
yeah,
them.
yeah. If you don't want to see them, exactly, you can just block them where you don't see them. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, that's a great feature if you don't want to deal with them. But then you have the instigators that are telling you what they're saying and it pisses you off. Damn
Yeah.
it, gotta say this.
You know, I love all the parties involved. You know what I'm saying?
Me
And that's
too.
why
Me
it's
too.
hard
That's
for me because I'm friends with all of them. I love
last
everybody.
night I had a very difficult time sleeping because of it. It really bothered me deeply what was going on. And I was up until about 1 a.m. I'll share with you, I was in communication with people at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I am not a late night type of person. And I found it I was having difficulties beyond that because it triggered a lot of the things that I suffer from. And
Well, I had a bad dream about it. I ain't gonna
it was
share.
not good.
I had a bad dream about it, and it's not good. And then when it
'Cause I
starts
don't
triggering
wanna-
shit like that, you know,
I don't want to ruin my relationship with anybody. And so I'm trying to be there for both sides. I want to be there, but I'm not going to disparage one against the other.
right?
I'm just not going to do it.
Don't ask me to take sides, especially
Right.
when you love. And people think this is crazy. Oh well, how can you love somebody you never met before? Well, dude, you can get feelings. I've got a lady that we've been talking to, me and Mary, that has been with our YouTube channel since day one.
Right.
And I love her like a sister. We've never met face to face, but I love her like a sister.
Right.
You
Not
know
only
what I
that,
mean?
but you can love people just as human beings.
Exactly.
Just based on that level. That's one thing that I try to tell people, not and not tooting my own horn, but I kind of am, is when you work in like what I did in the medical field, I did it a lot of times just out of the love of someone, not because I knew them and not because I cared about them on a personal level when it comes to their personality or anything, but just loving a person because everybody should have that benefit of mercy and love, I think, no matter who they are. I mean, you gotta, I mean, without that, without random acts of kindness, without compassion for people just because they're people, and you know that everybody goes through the same sorts of things, emotional wise, depending on it doesn't matter who they are, really, barring Ted Bundy and whatnot. But
Well, you know, listen, I've had people, and I know this is going to shock some people. I've had people absolutely just do me horrid. I mean,
Right.
wrong. And I pray for them, you know what I'm saying, and ask
Right.
God to forgive them, and even help them out after they shit on me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Because
okay, sorry.
no, I was just saying because of it's hard to talk about sometimes. It's just
Right, I get it.
you know.
No,
I
I
try
just
not to get involved between two people who I like.
right. That's the hard thing.
You know, is part of my problem is over the years I've taken sides. I've lost friends.
Right.
Whether I think that one person's right or wrong, I've just made the wrong decision. So
Right.
now I just, it's your problem. It's
Yeah,
not
you
mine.
handle it. You
Don't
handle
drag
it.
me into it.
Right.
I'm friends.
I
with
think
you
that
both.
comes with age, sir. That's called maturing, is what I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I agree.
as I've grown, everything's become less of a battle for me, as far as like ego wise. I mean, everybody has an ego. It doesn't matter who you are, but you tend to be a little bit less of a on the attack as you age, I think.
Well, I like a quiet life, and I'd rather put my attentions into things that matter to me,
Right.
and my principles.
And by the way, Nightmare, we're very close in age, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm still older.
Are you really?
I have to say that. No, it's true. It's true. I'm one of the oldest idiots on YouTube, allegedly. But the way I see things is, for argument's sake, right? If you have somebody has a beef with you, I get on with you, and I get on with them, but the two of you don't share the same streams, so
Right.
to speak, right? But now, one of them starts attacking you, or you start attacking them. I won't get involved, and I'll just go. Well, if you're going to come into one of my channels, I would expect you to be respectful to everyone and not bring your personal issues into it.
Right.
They don't come in. Leave your crap at the door. That's how I look at it. If you want to argue, go somewhere else.
Right.
And argue. But if it's something where both sides have come to me and given their what the issue is, then again, I'll probably turn around and say, I'm not going to take sides. I can see both sides of it, and it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. 9 times out of 10, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're both at fault.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes. I mean, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Everybody has those days where you're. I mean, I've had days, weeks, and months where I'm the bad guy, and and it's just. I think life goes in phases that way. Sometimes you realize you're being the bad guy, and it almost seems like a uncontrollable fall into the abyss. But it's about what you do to try to pull yourself out of those situations is what matters, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then what you do to try to recover the mistake that you made and make it right with the people that you hurt, if you did indeed hurt somebody. And you can't really change the past, but you can try your best to make reconciliations and maybe reparations, if you want to use that word, to those that you wronged.
Yeah, I mean, UKT is sort of hit it on the nail. It's getting to a point where you can't have a different opinion.
No, I agree with
Or
that.
you can't voice a different opinion.
No, you can't. People take
Um,
exception to everything nowadays.
yeah. I mean, I don't give a flying crap, but I'm going to voice my opinion regardless. And I know UK voices its opinion at times. And with some people, it's not very nice, shall we say. They take it the
Right.
wrong way. How dare you have that opinion? But then when you break it all down, I think everybody is looking for the same thing. They're looking for change in the way
Right.
that they're treated by authorities. And maybe we'll get change. I don't know. But the only way we're going to get change is by highlighting it and commenting on it and
Right.
exposing it. And to me, that's what my goal is to
Right.
get as many people as possible within a network of people that will continue doing that. And if you've got personal differences, then that's fine. That's not a problem, but
Right.
don't bring it into the main area of what everybody else is trying to do, because all you're going to do is cause division. Unless that's what your aim is to cause division and to disrupt. In
Right.
which case you're not welcome, because you're not interested in where we want to be or what we're trying to get. You're only interested in causing drama.
Right. But I will say this though, on that point, is I've had this belief since I was a kid, I think, just about. I remember when I was being taught about tribes, Native Americans to be specific.
Yeah.
And my teacher used to always tell us, well, this tribe was, I remember them saying this tribe was a warlike tribe, and this tribe was the hunter gatherers. They weren't really warlike, right? And I used to think to myself, there are some people that are warlike just by disposition and by default, more or less. And then there are people that are the hunter gatherer types. But I think you can divide it even deeper than that when it comes to people. I mean, it's as varied as anything else. But I still think to myself that there's an application for each personality type. And sometimes those personality types don't understand each other because you're just not wired that way. You know what I mean? You're just
Yeah.
not, no matter how much explaining you can do to try to get your point across about. That's why I believe there's so much divisiveness in politics, because some people are wired to be XYZ, and other people, I think it's genetically a genetic thing. And other people are in also environmental too, of course. But I think that there's some people you're just never going to get them, because I think they're just hardwired that way. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's kind of how I think of it.
To me, I think it's not so much being hardwired. I think it's the way that you've been brought up.
Right.
And the way that society is at the time when you were growing up. You
Right.
adopt that, and unless you're willing to change by opening up and listening to other opinions,
Right.
you're not going to change.
No, that's true.
There's a lot of people out on YouTube in different communities. I'm not going to pick on any community, right?
Right.
We're in different communities, and I've seen it. And there's always going to be, unfortunately, at the moment, factions created and divisions created within those communities.
Right.
And that's where we fail as humans.
Right.
Because, I mean, it's okay to have a different opinion and to voice your opinion. Don't get me wrong. But what's not okay is when people make things personal and attack you on a personal level.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I also tell people too, is if you want to be disappointed in me or anyone else, put me up on a pedestal and expect me to be perfect. Because I'm going to disappoint you every single time. I'm not a perfect person. I'm gonna make mistakes, and you're going to be the same way. And sometimes when we expect, we should expect, we shouldn't settle for certain things, but we shouldn't also expect anybody to be perfect. And that's where I think a lot of times we become disenchanted. We get butt hurt, if you want to use that term, about things because we expected more and we got less. And at least according to what you think should have been what you were due or whatever. But I think the problem is a lot of times we get put up on these pedestals and we put each other up on pedestals. We put everybody up on, this person's great. This person's so honest. And the minute they get caught in a lie, their entire fucking world is null and void. Like, one mistake, I used to hear this all the time. You can have 1,000 good days, but that one bad day, that one mistake can ruin your entire life. Like, it's funny how life works that way, or your reputation, or you say something the wrong way to somebody, especially on YouTube. Everybody's so ultra sensitive on every single thing you say. Like, I misspoke at one point. I think there's a video out there of me saying that I gave the ultimate sacrifice. Well, guess what? People that recorded that, I think I may have misspoke. I might have been impassioned at the time that I was set talking. I didn't really mean to say that I gave the ultimate sacrifice. I probably meant to say there are those who gave the ultimate sacrifice or something like that. But that's a human thing. We all misspeak. You know what I mean? And people hang on every little nuance of everything that you say. And it's crazy to me that people do that. But, I guess I do it too.
I have a saying, and it's a joke, but people have taken it literally. When I turn around and say, well, when I want your opinion, I'll give it until then be quiet.
Right.
But people say, oh, you're a tyrant. No, I'm not. It's a joke. Don't you get it?
Right. Of course. Yeah.
Well,
you guys over there,
police say.
You guys over there across the pond, though, you guys have a drier sense of humor, I think. And Americans kind of get a little butthurt with dry sense of humor. I don't know why, but I like dry sense of humors.
I have noticed as well. There's nothing against any of my American friends.
Right.
Sarcasm is sometimes misunderstood.
Right.
But it can be used to attack someone.
Yeah.
But you have to be very careful how you use sarcasm with certain people because they take it the wrong way.
Well, let's face it, culturally, we're all different. When we come from different areas and different things, we view things a little differently. Like if you watch a British comedy as an American, a lot of times we don't get half of the jokes in there. And then vice versa, probably, And I think that
I'll give you a classic comedy, Fawlty Towers.
Right.
That was aimed at the British audience, yes.
Right.
And when it went out, there was a couple of one particular episode. Don't mention the Germans. That the Germans loved.
Right.
And they redid it. It didn't work because it didn't have the same comedy aspect. It was the translation was missing. Fawlty Towers was redone over in the States.
Right.
But it was done for the American audience, and it didn't have the same. They were delivering punchlines that didn't mean anything to anybody.
Right.
Not
actually,
there's a show.
Audience. There's a show that I used to watch, and I can't remember the damn name of it anymore. But there was a show I used to love to watch. It was a British series that came on. In the very beginning, you could hear like the sound of a cash register ringing up, and I can't remember the name of that shit.
Are you being served?
That's it. Yeah. Oh, I loved that show. I used to watch that shit all the time. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk about Mrs. Slocum's pussy. You know, there was a lot of innuendo in that, and there is in a lot of older British shows.
Right.
These days, they're politically correct,
Right. No, I
and
loved that show.
and it ruins, for me, it ruins it.
Yeah, I
Political
hate
correctness has got in the way of so much comedy.
almost every movie has a political agenda, it seems now. Like movies, shows, everything. Why can't you just be an entertaining thing? That's why I love older TV. I like watching old shows. Like I watch All in the Family. I can name a bunch of them off. All in the Family, Facts of Life, Three is
Mm.
Company. All those shows were great because they didn't seem to, at least none that I detect, a political message so much.
Yeah, yeah. That's it. You are so correct. That's what I was getting at. Comedy has gone so downhill now. I can't watch a comedy show these days
No,
because to me they're not funny.
right.
There was a very old series. It will never be shown again. It was Love Thy Neighbor,
Oh yeah, I remember that show. Yeah.
and you can still find it if you look hard enough on YouTube. You can still find the episodes. I did find them at one point and download them, but unfortunately, I haven't got the hard drive it's on. It got corrupted. But that was deemed as being racist and everything else. But
Oh
if you
yeah.
actually watched it, it wasn't. Just watch it for what it is, but you'll see that the message is totally different to the way people put it across.
Well, see,
in the
I
main
was a
media.
huge Benny Hill fan. I loved Benny Hill.
Yes, very sexist.
Yeah, but I love that man. I mean, I could watch him, binge watch him even now. I mean, I loved his comedy. Outstanding guy. I wish I knew more about his life, but he was a very funny dude.
Yeah. Dick Emery is another one I'd recommend you watch.
Oh yeah,
The Dick Emery Show.
Dick Emery. Yeah, I'll check him out.
Again, to me, it's timeless comedy, but other people will go, "Oh, you can't do that," and
Right.
in this day and age of PC-ness, when you're not allowed to say anything against anybody, just in case
Actually,
you-
one
you're
of the,
accused of something.
Could
Oh,
you just
sorry.
imagine how people nowadays would be in shock if they had to go back in time when Richard Pryor first started comedy
I love
yeah.
Richard Pryor.
and Red Fox?
Right.
Yeah, you know what
One
I
of-
mean?
I don't remember what the context is, but Richard Pryor had this one skit where he would go and he was talking like his grandmother, and she was like, "Richard, why are you washing your dick in my sink, baby? That's nasty, baby." And for some reason, that was so fucking funny to me. I don't even remember the context, but it was so funny to me that little saying right there. Don't be washing your dick in the sink, baby. That's nasty, baby.
Jay
But,
Hickman was another one, man, that pushed the boundaries, and Andrew Dice Clay.
oh yeah,
You know, these people nowadays, would be really offended because, like Richard Pryor and even Red Fox, he'd get up there and probably say the N word 50 times, and people would just be like, "Oh my God, did he really just
Or
say
how
that?"
about-
Now?
How about this one? Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When Miss Hubbard bent over, Rover took over and gave her a bone of his own.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, something like that. Oh no! But I've seen stand-up comedians where they've been able to get the show on YouTube, and the boundaries are expanded a lot.
Little
say.
boy blue, because he needed the money. Yeah.
It was upon the good ship Venus. By God, you should have seen us. And I'm not going to say the rest of it. But rhymes like that, you don't hear anymore. because they're not politically correct. It's going to
Oh
upset someone.
no, there's all kinds of shows like that old show Three Is Company. That was one of the most
What's up,
non-politically
Sean
correct
Little?
movies
Hi,
out there.
Sean.
What's that little red ball thing? What's that, Sean? What is that? Is that a yo-yo? That's a yo-yo.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Oh, by the
Yo-
way, you're in Marcy's head with Benny Hill.
I know. I'm sorry, but my favorite. I used to always love the old Benny Hill, like the very end scene when he's being chased around all over the
Yes.
fucking place.
Yeah.
That
That's
was
where
one
you
of my
get
favorite.
that's where you're getting the
Yeah.
song from.
Yeah, I love that.
Hmm.
I that's from my childhood, man. I watch that shit all the time.
Fortunately, it wasn't my childhood, but
Right.
my children were young then.
Oh, so you are ancient. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't mind admitting my age if somebody asks me.
Well,
but-
I'm from the 70s. So
Oh, I'm from the 60s, early 60s.
I was
very early.
born in the 70s. I can share with that. I can share that much.
That's fine.
I was born in the early 70s, by the way.
Oh, that makes you roughly about 10 years or so, 12 years or so younger than me, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
So I know roughly what your age is, but you see, this is where people, I mean, I don't mind people calling me or having a go at my age, but then I just have a laugh and I go, yeah, but you've just been ageist now. I hate you young sods.
Right. Well, I'm a Generation Xer, you know.
You're a generation that missed
Generation
all the good
X.
time.
Yeah,
The
I
good
call the
times.
generation we have now is butt crack. I call them Generation Butt Crack.
Yeah, Generation Dumbass.
Yeah, whatever these people are called. I have no idea what they're called nowadays.
I don't know. Millennium 2.0 or something. I don't know.
I'm not
It's
a
like
millennial
kids ask
either.
me all the time, well, I don't understand why they raise the age of smoking. I said, because your generation keeps eating fucking Tide Pods and sniffing condoms. What do you expect?
Hey, I'm old enough to remember no smoking signs on flights.
UK Transparency never mentions my age. It's true, he doesn't.
I'm old enough to remember when you could go in a restaurant and smoke a cigarette.
I remember that. Non-smoking and smoking signs. That used to never make any sense to me because sometimes the smoking was right next to the non-smoking.
Yeah.
It didn't make any freaking sense to me.
Well, I couldn't understand why they got rid of it, smoking in restaurants and bars, because all it did was kill a lot of smaller establishments off because people wouldn't go. And then there's over here are some stupid rules that are now in place. You can have a smoking area, but 50% of the smoking area must be open.
Marcy, you said you're from the 90s. Are you from the 90s? You don't even remember a time before smartphones. I remember when owning a phone wasn't always a thing for everybody, just a house phone.
Right.
It was common to people just to say, hey, look, we don't have a phone.
Shit.
I remember that.
There was no such thing as a remote control in my house. I was the remote control.
Oh,
Daddy,
yeah,
go turn the fucking channel, and you did
Have
it.
you ever had to go outside and spin the antenna around to get the
Fuck
fucking
yes.
right channel? Yeah, I've done that many times.
Yeah,
Stick your hand, open the damn window, and turn the damn pole.
Yep. Had to do that many times.
What about? Do you remember indoor aerials?
Indoor
Yes.
aerials, yeah.
Yeah, and indoor antennas, as you would call them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And you have to, when you got to pitch it right, stand still.
Oh,
you
yeah.
wear that aerial.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a fork stuck in our fucking shit most of the time. A fork and
And aluminum foil. Aluminum foil was all over the rabbit ears.
By the way,
What the
you
hell
guys
is aluminum, by the way?
Yeah, by the way, yeah. I heard somebody say it was aluminium.
That's it. Aluminium.
Aluminium, yeah. That's different than what we call it aluminum. But you guys say aluminium.
Yeah, well, we say it as it is.
The way it
Of course,
should
I don't
be,
mind telling anybody I'll be 50 in August.
Well, congratulations. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, you're still young, by the way, but compared to me.
Yeah, but gosh damn it, I don't feel it some days.
Yeah,
you probably feel like more my age.
Yeah, but I've put myself through a lot too.
I must say, for somebody who's approaching a half century, you're not too bad in the way that you appear, and your brain hasn't gone totally yet. It will.
What'd you
One
just
thing
say?
I've
No,
noticed
just
is I tend to go take a piss more often than I used to. I do. That's one thing I'm learning as a older gentleman. But I think that's related to my diabetes too, probably.
Yeah,
yeah.
just don't hold it too long. Otherwise,
right.
you'll snack up your bladder. So.
Right. But those
And
types
then
of
you'll be
things.
wearing Tenorman.
I'm learning that foods that I used to love to eat all the time, I can't eat regularly and be too far away from a bathroom.
and going to visit the doctor is almost almost just a weekly ritual for me now, so, or a monthly ritual at least. For different things, But nowadays I love the fact that I have this video stuff that I can do just from home, which is great. I can do a lot of my doctor's appointment just from home.
Yeah, I mean, I like working from home. I hate going into the office because I lose. People turn around to me now and say, "Oh, it's good to go into the office because you see other people and you can collaborate with your team and you can have meetings." And I just turn around and go, "Well, what the hell is Teams for then?"
I would rather not interact with as little. This is actually the most person-to-person interaction that I usually get in a day. People think that I'm more of an extrovert, but I'm a lot more introverted as I've gotten a little older than I was before.
Well, in 10 years' time, if you're still on this wonderful planet of ours, right, you'll find that you'll become totally introvert and you won't want to leave the safety of your own environment.
Oh, I don't now, actually. That's one of my symptoms, if you want to call it that, is I tend to be, I mean, if you want to call me, I'm kind of a shut-in type of guy. And so, yeah, I'm an extreme social distancer.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I am.
Sean's made reference to that, and UK TS as well. I will also agree 100%.
To be honest with you, I prefer to be around animals and plants more than I do people.
I don't like plants because the cats knock them over. It's a waste of time having plants. I socialize with one person, maybe two that come to the flat. Obviously, there's my missus. She's in one room most of the day. I'm in another. So yeah, there's even social distancing from that point of view, I suppose.
Well, just to give you an idea, when I was 18, I hiked the Appalachian Trail. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but and I did that by myself, solo, through the mountains of the Appalachians, and that runs from Georgia to Maine, 2,172 miles, 5.5 months worth. And so my isolationist type mindset has been going on with me for a very long time. But I consider nature to be, I don't know how religious you might be or not religious, but to me, if you are religious, in my standpoint that I am, I believe you can hear the voice of God better when you're in the wilderness and away from all of the external stimuli. And or at least if you are not religious, you can still hear that inner voice, and you can work things out a little better, I think, without all the external distractions.
Yes, I think you just think clearer. I agree with
absolutely.
that. Even when I was younger and I was working in clubs, because I was providing the music, I was in a solitary area. So I would, if you like, perform my art at that time without interference from anyone. And if anybody wanted a particular record playing, etc., then there was two rules. One, you'd write it down and shove it through the letterbox.
Did you say record? What are those? No, I'm just kidding.
I used to play vinyl in what you would call discotheques back in the day.
Pacific Crest Trail. Yeah.
So,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
yes, okay. So, and the other one was, of course, if you want it playing, you buy me a drink.
Wow.
I
just
hiked
leave-
to the refrigerator once. Does that count?
Yes. Did you manage to get inside it?
Yes.
Oh, that's all right. Gold done.
It's the only box I like cold.
Yeah.
Did a couple of one-liners there, and I refuse.
That must have been a rainy hike there, Sean. That must have been a very rainy hike. I know when I was going through the Smoky Mountains, it rained. It took me 7 days to get through the Smoky Mountains, and it rained every single day that I was in the Smokies.
I
Every day.
do manage these days. The only place I manage to get to and a hike is to the car. After that, I drive, and because I don't even go shopping anymore. That's all done online.
Right.
But if there's something that, I mean, for argument's sake, if I need to go and get cat litter, which I have to, I
Right.
can get it delivered, I would. But to get it in bulk, I have to go out. My only interaction is when I go to pay.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Absolutely.
they always turn around to me and say, "Have you got a saver card?" And I, now I get getting no, and I don't want one.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you know what we
Right.
done today? Speaking of like being outdoors and stuff, me and the better half today, we found in the store in one of our storage units, like how those gazebos they have like the screens around them and shit,
Yep.
And we found the thing for the whole outside, like the canvas, but never did find the poles for the gazebo.
Right.
So what we done today is our porch just so happens to be big enough that whole canvas will fit around, and the screens will come down. So we encased the porch with it and everything to block off a lot of the wind and stuff.
Sure.
And now when it starts getting a little cooler, we can sit out on the porch and not be so cold, and it'll block a lot of the wind coming in.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Which is
It
kinda
means
cool.
that you can still see the world.
Yes.
Yeah. Believe it or not, we actually have a long distance trail here in Florida, just simply called the Florida Trail. And it starts in the Everglades and it goes all the way up north to Alabama's Florida state line. And a lot of people don't know that's 1,800 miles of Florida hiking.
Wow.
But it's not complete. It's not, which it sucks because it has a lot of road walking if you're a purist. But that's 1,800 miles of hiking in Florida as far as a trail. Once your gear gets wet, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I learned this a long time ago when I was hiking on the Appalachian Trail. I ditched my rain gear almost immediately after I realized that you're just as wet wearing it as you are without it, because you sweat underneath that shit. So it doesn't matter at least the way I sweat. I mean, it didn't matter for me. I didn't even wear my fucking rain gear ever. I just used it to cover my gear.
I think I need to take some time, like 3 or 4 days, just throw my tent in the back of the truck and take the little grill with me, and just enough to just to take enough to get started, take a fishing pole and do some fishing and hunting, and just do that for about
it's well worth
3 or
it.
4 days, just to disconnect from the world.
Yeah, I just want to go back a little bit. UKT. Yes, I remember those decks. Yeah, it's getting them to work though with especially when the rubber band they were on started to run out. You're saying about the wind up decks.
Yeah.
I remember the big horns. that came out of them, you know.
Yeah.
And the wind-up telephones. You have to ring anyway. To ring through to the operator, you have to wind up the phone allegedly.
And you had a party line, right? That you had to share with somebody else.
Oh, yes, I do remember. Yeah, there was two lines, a party line, and there was another one as well, private line. Both cost. The party line was cheaper. I remember those. But you could listen into conversations. That was the
Yeah, I've
problem.
heard that. Yeah, I that's before my time, but not too far behind before my time.
Where they
but
plugged
yeah,
into a switchboard. That's fucking
Yeah.
great.
yeah.
Yeah, that was the wind up.
Yeah. Well, it
then
used to be
again-
you'd pick up the phone, dial 0, and you would ask for the police if you were calling the police or fire department or whoever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people like UKT, he knows that I will exaggerate on certain things quite
Right.
deliberately, because people then think I'm actually older than I am. I mean, I'm only 85-ish.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
I've got a long way to go to 85. I'm still driving. But once I reach a certain age, I'm surrendering my driving license.
Right.
Because I don't think I'll be able to concentrate on, reading text messages, listening to the sat nav telling me where to go.
Not to mention the fact that you guys drive on the wrong side of the road.
Taz, do you remember walking down to the payphone to call your girlfriend or friend
Of
because your
course.
parents wouldn't let you use the phone because they didn't want you to give your
Absolutely.
fucking number out?
And I
Oh, yeah.
remember when it cost a dime to do
Yeah,
that, by
me
the
too.
way. Yeah.
I remember the old boxes, coins.
That was our cell phone.
Yes. There used to be loads and loads of public telephones
I'll
all
tell you
over
a
the
quick
place.
I'll tell you a quick story about that. We were driving along one time with my mother. We all worked at the same place for a summer job. Me, my brothers, and my mother all worked at the same place. And I was only 15 at the time. And a car behind or in front of us, I can't remember if it was behind front of us or I can't remember exactly the location, but it was in the other lane on the other side going in the opposite direction. And it struck a full size, as if there's not a full size, but a cow. It hit a cow that was in the middle of the road. The fence was down apparently, and it got out in the middle of the road. And this Corvette, it was a white Corvette. I remember that. And it struck the cow, and it was a bloody. Oh man, it was terrible. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen as far as animal involved collisions. And nobody had cell phones back then, so we had to actually drive to a store nearby. I think it was like a quarter of a mile away to make that phone call to get an emergency response there. You couldn't just pick up a phone and call on the scene. You had to actually travel away from the scene to get emergency help.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
there
why
happened to be
people
a
say
cop
go and get
passed by.
help. Yeah.
Right.
I remember when mobile phones first came out, they were called swinging bricks because they were very large. That was the battery that plugged into your car,
Right.
through the cigarette lighter. But when fully charged, you could carry it around with you. It was bloody heavy, right,
Yep.
to say the least. And the charge would only last half an hour.
Right.
But you would have to carry a mains kit with you. So if you went into a cafe or anything like that, so you could just plug it in,
Right.
to get some charge back into it. But it had an adapter that plugged into it, so the adapter was the size of a cigarette lighter because that's what plugged it in. I had to convert down to 12 volt. Yeah, I remember those days.
To make our children appreciate the internet that we have, I made them use dial-up for a week with no cell phone or nothing. They had to use dial-up.
You know what my internet was? Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yep.
That was my internet.
Well, no, I'm just so they would appreciate what we have now because they didn't appreciate it before.
Yeah, my internet was a book or the library.
Dude,
When
dial-up
I
was
had,
such a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You had to wait for one photo to render on the screen for like 5 minutes sometimes, or even longer. It would come up
Don't you?
like in
We sound like
sections.
we sound like three grumpy old men here,
Yeah,
reminiscing.
right.
Yeah, you remember when a hard drive wasn't even a gig? Do you remember that shit? It's like it was
Remember?
like,
How about floppy disk?
well, yeah.
Floppy
I can
disk, and
remember
Drive.
playing Oregon Trail on a floppy disk. What does
and
that
I
tell you?
remember them. There were even before that. There were computers that took cassette tapes.
Yes, yes.
If you remember that, because we had
Yeah.
cassette tapes. It was one of the very first computers that I ever used when I was a kid, and the screen was always green. There was no other
Yes,
color
the
than
green
green.
screen.
Yeah, there was
When
nothing but.
when computers first came out, you used to get magazines with code that you would type in,
Yeah,
right,
DOS.
for a program. Yeah,
I
DOS.
think. Yeah,
Right. So you type it all in, and if you got one thing wrong, a
yeah,
dot in the
yeah.
wrong place, or you missed something,
You're
right?
talking about like
Or
Windows .0 or something. There's 1.0 or some shit like that.
oh, it's going dating back years and years ago. I mean,
That might even been before Windows. I don't know.
yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
referring
believe it
to
was
days of
Linux or
Sinclair.
something. It was.
Yeah, Sinclair. When they first brought out the ZX80 and the ZX81, long and you couldn't. You'd either connect up a set tape to it so that
Right.
it would read it theoretically, or you typed it in. Now, a friend of mine used to get monthly magazines with loads of different programs in, and when I nipped round to see him, he would always be at his computer typing in these
Oh yeah.
programs, and the program would take hours to type in,
Oh
but
yeah.
it would be a game that is so simple.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually I
Yeah.
remember as a kid seeing those codes put in like a magazine, and I really wanted to play the game, so I would sit there. I never got one to successfully work, by the way. But I sat there for hours and even sometimes days typing that shit into the computer, and it never seemed to work for me. And that was on my old Commodore 64. I remember doing
Yes.
that on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
I can
Commodore
remember
64 for
in
its
the
day was a
early.
good computer.
Yeah, it
I can
was.
remember in the early '80s. I believe it was. Maybe it was late '80s. I don't remember. I wasn't very old, but I got my very first gaming system that I had was a ColecoVision,
I remember ColecoVision.
and the game was Mousetrap. I had Mousetrap and something else. I don't even remember, but man, I just remember that game was the shit. And
Yeah.
and then of course they had the Atari with Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong was
Sir, I
great,
go
man.
behind. I go before that, which we had a Radio Shack gaming system called, and it was Pong, and that's all it
Yeah.
had on it. Pong, Skeet, and a few other things, and a Squash was another one. And you can buy it from
Atari?
Radio Shack. No, it was before Atari. This was like the very first. I mean, it literally has two sticks on either side of the screen. The screen's black, and you have two white sticks and a square ball in the middle that you hit
Yep.
with the two paddles that you and the controller is just a dial. So you move in order to move up, you turn one way. In order to move down, you turn the other way, and that's all the control you had of the game. And I played that game. We played the hell out of that game.
Yeah.
I remember getting the very
Marcy
first.
remembers some of these.
I remember
Yeah.
getting the very first Nintendo and stuff. When they
Yeah,
came
we were
out.
Zelda.
and-
We were Zelda freaks when I was a kid.
Oh,
We
yeah.
played
I played the
shit
fuck out of Zelda.
Yeah, Zelda.
Zelda and Mario Brothers. The very first Mario Brothers. I played Duck Hunt. That game used to piss
Oh,
me
God,
off. I'd try
yeah.
to shoot that dog
Stupid dog. Yeah.
because that damn dog would laugh at you.
Marcy remembers the network rooms where you'd go in and you would share a game with everybody because you were on the same network. I mean, that was long before the internet was
Oh
popular.
yeah. The first time I ever even heard of the movie or the internet was on the movie War Games. Do you remember that game?
War
That movie?
games, yes.
that was the very first time I ever even knew about the internet even being a possibility. Was that movie?
What's up, Dub?
I had no
Oh.
idea before that.
Talking about Donkey Kong, you know it's going to be re-released
Oh,
on
really?
Yeah.
on PlayStation. I don't know whether it's going to go on PC and Xbox yet.
We have a
But,
PlayStation 5, but I barely ever
We've
use it.
they've
Hello, would you
they've
like to
released
play
the graphics,
today?
and the graphics are the same as they were.
Oh, really? Wow.
And it's like you'd think they'd do something to make it better,
Yeah.
but no.
Dude,
It's still gonna
love
be a
that movie
platform.
War Games. I love that
Yeah,
movie
shall
War
we
Games
play a
when he
game?
logged in the computer and he said,
Yeah.
"Would you like to play a game today?"
Yep. How would you like to play chess? I think. Would you like to play a game of chess? You go, no. Thermonuclear war. Yep, I remember that movie. What was the name of that computer? Josh, I think they called it.
Something like that.
It was called War Games. It's an old, basically. You don't know? You're not familiar with it, Grim?
No, I do remember it. I just don't
Yeah.
remember. It's a long time since I've watched it. It was a very good film.
It was a
And-
Cold War. It was a Cold War type deal.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
yeah. But it was.
Yeah.
I wondered if it would be possible to hack into a mainframe like that, and yeah, it still
Yeah.
is. You know,
Yeah.
we're still playing war games,
Yeah.
funnily enough, and there is that big red button that you're not supposed to press.
Sure.
But there was in one of the Bond films there was something similar, and they did it with not virtual reality. Oh, geez, I can't forget. Anyway, I can't. I'm trying to think the way that they played it. Well, basically, holograms. They use holograms.
Oh yeah.
But in the center, and that was strange to say the least. And we're not far off hologram games now.
Actually, here's what something I can tell you about. Now I can tell you about it. Back when I was first joined the military, GPS was top secret.
Well, the internet was invented for the military. It was never meant for us.
The very first GPS system that we were given to our unit was called a Slugger, and it was about the size of a like a briefcase, about the size of a briefcase. And all it did was it tracked satellites, and it would give you your grid coordinates of where you happen to be. But the first time I ever seen one of those was when I was deployed to Thailand, and we were in the middle of triple canopy jungle. So that thing was it was basically just extra weight to carry around because it could never get a single signal through if you've never been in triple canopy jungle, that is a real treat. And getting a signal to that thing was ridiculous. But yeah, that was the very first GPS that I could recall. And my dad said that when he was in the Navy, they had a system back in the 60s. It was radio based, almost like a GPS type of radio based thing. But he said, but what I would say is the military is usually, and my dad used to say this to me too, is about 10 years in front of what you would see out in the civilian world.
Mm-hmm.
About 10 years ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the GPS was, we went from the Slugger, and because they're so creative, they named the second one, which was about the size of the Nintendo Game Boy, and that was called the Plugger. So we went from the Slugger to the Plugger. And they had this giant rectangular shaped antenna that was about, I don't know, an inch in circumference around.
The computer's name, by the way, was WOPR.
The Whopper. I remember that.
It was War Operation Plan Response.
And I remember the general goes, "I'll piss on the spark plug if that'll make a damn difference."
And you can, if you've not seen that movie, ladies and gentlemen, you can watch it on YouTube for free.
Shall
With
we
commercial
play a
limitations.
game?
unless you have Prime.
Yeah, that's a decent movie. I mean, they could remake that movie if they really want to,
Yes,
but yeah, I
that
think
would
they
be
could make a remake.
awesome.
There's a few movies I would like to see remade, and that would be one of them. But there's a few other ones that I would like to see redone.
And
I would like
speaking,
to see the movie Weird Science redone.
yes, and speaking of movies and commercials, ladies and gentlemen, you too can be a member of this channel for only 99 cents.
99 cents. What a bargain. What a bargain.
Allegedly.
In Thailand, that would be 25 baht. Actually, it's probably around 30 baht now. But yeah. Thailand was my favorite country, by the way. A lot of people ask me what my favorite place I've ever been was Thailand. And it's not for the reason why most men think Thailand is a great place either. And trust me when I tell you that the ladyboy population is very strong there, and you could easily, because Thais are petite anyway, and it's very, I can see where somebody would make the mistake easily to get with the opposite sex and not really know it. Over there, the lady boys is what they called them back then.
I like.
Personally, I have
He's
no
talking
idea
about.
what you're referring to.
No,
He's
have you ever been to Thailand,
he was
Grim?
talking about the
No.
movies. Yeah, I
No.
was going to say UK. He's talking about the movies and everything. A lot of the newer ones. As far as the newer ones goes, the only ones that I've liked so far has been Transformers. I love all the Transformer movies.
Transformer movies. Actually, one of my very favorite movie is kind of, it's not really an obscure movie, but I've always liked prison movies for some reason. I don't know why, but the comedy one of it, the one that I like is called Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence.
Yes,
That is a funny ass movie, man.
Shawshank Redemption,
Oh yeah, Shawshank. Yeah, I know that movie as well.
The Green Mile. You're talking about prison movies? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Cool
I've always
Hand
liked
Luke.
prison movies. Yeah.
Dude, I
Prison
wish they
movies.
would remake Cool Hand Luke. I don't think anybody could do it as good as Newman, but I still think that would be awesome.
Yeah. And of course I like war movies too, but I like older war movies. They make them too realistic nowadays for my taste.
Yeah.
But if anybody, I always tell people, if anybody wants, one thing that I critique a lot is the sound effects in the weapon systems that are in the movies. And the two movies that I always say that have the most accurate sound effects that I can say that resemble the weapon systems that they use is one is Saving Private Ryan. Obviously, that movie was excellent as far as the sound effects and everything. But also Lone Survivor, the story about Operation Red Wing with Marcus Luttrell. If you don't know anything about Marcus Luttrell, you definitely need to check that out. Interesting. The most Navy SEALs ever killed at once. And Marcus Luttrell was the lone survivor of that whole entire operation. Crazy scenario. The fact that they had to retreat downhill to, in the military, we were told never to call it retreat. We were called it advancing to the rear. But they literally had to throw themselves off of cliff sides to avoid being killed. But of course, all of them got killed except for one. Pretty crazy stuff. Navy SEAL guys, man. Those people have a death wish anyway, I think. Freaking Navy SEALs. Here's some boys. But by the way, I'm going to drop off, guys, because it's getting past my bedtime, and I gotta, get some beauty sleep. But yeah, we'll get together, Nightmare, on those videos and see what we can do, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that would
Hey,
be
y'all
awesome.
take care and have a good night. Grim, have a great night.
Yeah.
Or great morning for you, right?
But yeah, true.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah. All right then.
All right, y'all have a good day.
And you.
Yeah.
Cheers. Take care now.
Yeah. See you guys in chat.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take the dog out. She's woken up and decided to come and sit next to me, like she does. So I'll be about 15 minutes or so with that. All right. I'll be
Alrighty.
back shortly. Bye for now.
All right, hun. Yeah. New York State audit was arrested again. Just to let everybody know. No, I think Angry Vet's doing a live about it though, and everything. I've been watching it off and on. Well, I'm glad everybody has stuck around in here. Hurry back, hon, and hung out with us and that. That takes a lot of love. I appreciate it, guys. Just goes to show y'all ain't into all that drama and bullshit. I'm not about it. I mean, I don't condone what was said, but still, I think that's shit that should be done one-on-one, and not make a big deal about it. Just my opinion. Not faulting anybody for feeling the way they feel. I mean, I guess I'd be upset if it happened to me too, but matter of fact, I got text one night, y'all sitting right here, showed you the text and everything. Somebody called me that, Downloaded Adobe Premiere Pro cracked. Oh, nice. I remember doing things like that on LimeWire. Might get lucky and get the right one after 50 downloads if you didn't download a virus. Mirrors, I just wanted to tell you thank you for coming in here and being a big supporter of the channel and everything. And I see you all over the place, man. You know what I mean? Some people don't like my point of view on things, when it comes to like the other side, people talking this and that about, the trolls or whatever. But, how else are you going to learn anything? I learn a lot more from them than I do, Well, I appreciate that, buddy. I think we've done good for ourselves, people can think I'm fake or whatever, but I'm just as real it gets, and I know I'm not out getting arrested and things like that, but but I think you can address things and still put out good content without being arrested. I mean, I will take the arrest if it comes down to it, but I'm not out trying to get arrested, but I do speak my mind. some people dislike that drama, you know what I mean? And you know, I'm glad you joined us, UK Transparency. Hope you have liked and shared and subscribed. All that good stuff. Glad you're here too. I know us three was, well, we was all sitting here just rambling on about things, but you know, there's other things you can talk about too. You know, goodness. Sometimes it's just nice to come on and have a decent conversation with folks without, you know, yeah. I wanted to share with everybody that video that I made. I was happy about that, you know. I was honestly wanting everybody's opinion. Oh no, we're down to 4 people. Holy cow. Now we're back to 5. It's nice listening to everybody talk about old computers and some of the stuff that they had seen in their childhood. You know, that's kind of cool. You'll catch up the drama while I sleep. Right on. Well, it makes me sad, you know what I mean, buddy? I mean, I try to be friends with everybody, you know, and I love everybody, and I don't like all that fighting and shit. And I'm not about it, you know. Not about all that fighting. I just don't care for it, you know. I mean, I get why they're upset. You know what I mean? Exactly. Absolutely, UK. I agree. And the only thing they're doing is feeding the trolls. No offense to any trolls that come in here and watch this channel. You know, I'm a bit of a troll myself sometimes, but it really does take away from what we're doing. Hello, Mad Max. How are you, sir? Yes, I know, Darlene. I'm sorry, honey. Like I said, you know, I love everybody involved, and I just, you know what I mean? I have to take just a neutral stance and not take sides. It upsets me because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I try to be friends with everybody, and you know, there's things on both sides that have been said that shouldn't have been said, and I think it should have been handled privately. You know what I mean? Who's Cyrex? I've never seen Cyrex. I mean, I've seen him, but not like watched him. You know what I mean?
But what have you been talking about while I've been away? Like you've been talking about me, and if not, why not?
No, we're just talking about the drama in general. You know what I mean? I just don't think it's. I enjoy funny trolls too. I'm just not into that damn drama. You know what I mean? I'm friends with all sides, or or at least I'd like
Yeah.
to think that I am. And I just don't.
I
want no
get
part
along
of
with
the
everyone. Mad Max, how you doing? Nice to see you dropping in. UKT, I hope you've enjoyed listening in and taking part. Your 5 hours in the morning, chances are I'm going to be on here these days. Sometimes I restream. That gets confusing with some people for some unknown reason. But yeah, I do like to be neutral-ish, shall we say.
Yeah.
There are certain people who on YouTube who I have a great disdain for, and it's nothing on a personal level because I don't know them. It's what they stand for and how they treat their subscribers and members.
Right.
And enjoy, shall we say, of selling Purple Hearts.
Yeah.
And that's about as really as the only controversy I ever bring in here.
Well, you know, the best part about it is most everybody that comes in here and everything, and even, you know, I'm meeting new people even after all this time. You know, I'm still meeting new channels every day and subscribing to people, you know, and most everybody goes to everybody's channel, you know, for support and love. And when you've got people bickering back and forth, and I'm not talking about any particular person, I'm just talking about just in general, it disrupts the whole fucking thing because, you know, you do get to know people and you get to talk with them and you try to be friends with them and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I don't think people should stoop to being nasty and calling each other names or making up accusations. You know what I mean? Go to that person and say, "Hey, buddy, I got a problem. Let's talk." Yeah, you know, I mean, and if they can't talk amongst themselves without yelling and screaming and everything, ask somebody to mediate it. You know, somebody that's neutral. Yeah, it does disrupt UK. It really does. Exactly, Mad Max. You don't feed the trolls.
Well, you do. You have to. You have to look after them. You take them under your wing, and you can make sure that they're comfortable under the bridge, and their food is BS. But I could be wrong.
You know, and then to quit to go as far as, well, you know, I'm not going to go to this person's channel because this person's in there, or I'm not, you know, that's like cutting off your nose to spite your fucking face. What if you're missing something good? You know what I mean? That's why they have a block so you can't see that person run their mouth.
I came across that on Friday night where two people were arguing with each other, and because I wouldn't take a stance on either side, and basically I told them to be nice or leave, one of them left.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I'm not going to have a go at you for taking your bat and ball home, and in my opinion, acting childish. But I can understand from your perspective, you didn't want to be in the same place as somebody else. Well, that's your personal choice. You know, if you don't know how to keep things civil and respect others, then that isn't my problem. You know, maybe you're better off not being here. You know?
Well, Darlene, I think you're like me. You like to have information from all parties, all sides, and then you form an opinion based off of what you've seen, and you're smart enough to make a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's it. how can you make an informed decision about something if you haven't got all the information? Like, the COVID era, people were given misinformation on both sides, for and against certain aspects. And now it says, oh, you can talk about it. I mean, I made my decision based on what I had seen and the way that it's the whole thing interacted with my wife. Because she got really ill during that period, and one thing I will never know for definite is whether the inoculations caused it. I'll never know for certain. I have my opinion on it, and that's what I'm going with. But I can't prove it without a shadow of a doubt, unfortunately.
Well, that's like somebody accused you of being somebody that you're not. Like
Which I
several
thought
people
was
said
funny.
that, and I was
thought it was
wondering
funny.
how the hell you could be that person, and that person was live when you were sitting here on my channel. I was like, now how the hell is he pulling that one off?
That's bloody good, isn't it? Having two different conversations sounding exactly
the same time.
All right. Yeah, that makes no sense to me at all. But anyway, as they say, the only way I could prove that one way or another would be for somebody who'd seen the other person to actually see me. That way they can confirm for definite. And it's funny because since you came out with the confirmation nightmare, that person hasn't been around in the chat. So,
well, I think they're trying to avoid the drama. You know what I mean?
Or avoid the drama in here. They've gone elsewhere.
Yeah,
potentially.
Well, that's the thing. I stay neutral. I don't want the drama here. You know what I mean? I hope all sides work it out. And if I can help work it out, I will. If not, then I can't do no more than that. But I'm not going to make it a big public thing. I'm not about that publicity bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to solve it, solve it. I don't think it needs to be aired all over YouTube where all parties involved look stupid. And that's no offense to anybody, but that's what happens. Because when you finally make up and everything, who's the idiot? And then when you get it all straightened out, you find out you got people pulling strings to keep the shit going. And it's stupid. And maybe that's being harsh by saying stupid, but that's just my opinion,
Yeah, I agree. Well, still, hey, it's the way it goes.
Because, when me and Tats first had our little problem, you know what I'm saying? I didn't go to everybody else. I went straight to Tats, and we had a conversation. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't bad. Once I seen both sides of the fence, and I started listening. I listened to what he had to say, and then I went back and watched, and I was like, well, damn, he's right. I mean, it didn't even dawn on me because, like Mira said a while ago, I'm a loyal friend. You know what I mean? If you're my friend and that, I'm loyal. And it's hard to believe that somebody, because I know how people like to pick and make up stories. But once I started seeing the evidence and the things that were true, I was like, damn, and then you feel like an idiot. And that's exactly how I felt. I mean, I felt like a fucking idiot.
Well, yeah, I can understand how you may feel with that. And I've made mistakes. I think everybody it can be guilty of saying something out of confusion or out of anger for something and not thinking. So I tried now to give myself 24 hours before I say anything. And then I can think about it. I've done it with my boss at work. They said something which really pissed me off, and I knew it was probably an accident, but that's not the point. So about a week later, I told him why I was pissed off with him.
Right. Well, you know, the
And he
it's like my
accepted it.
mama used to say.
I love that saying, by the way. Say it again with that accent.
It's just like my mama used to say. You know, you can do 1,000 good things in this world, and nobody will say a fucking word about it. But do one thing wrong, and everybody remembers it, and everybody talks about it.
Yes. Yep. I agree. Unfortunately, that is. I mean, that's the same. Well, especially the same on here. I mean, as I say, I talk to people who others won't talk to because they're on the wrong side of the fence, shall we say? Right? They've got a different opinion. Everyone's entitled to have a different opinion. Right? And what's that? You were once nice to me in PDF. Oh, sorry, you were nice to me in, yeah. Well, that's it. You mentioned, I wasn't going to mention PDF for yourself, Mad Max, but as you've mentioned it, you've opened the door. You see things your way, other people see things a different way, right?
Well,
I don't care what your grief is with somebody else who I talk to, right? Some of the things which you say I find funny on one side, and some of the things on the other side I find funny. But that's my sense of humour.
well,
But I'm not taking sides.
that's the problem that I have with PDF. Not everybody that goes in there, but the problem that I have with PDF is I don't like the fact that he's picking on Gregory. You know what I'm saying? Because Gregory is a special person, and you know, one of these days he could be in a situation where he need help. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or whatever. And for all the good that he has done or tries to do, and that will be overshadowed by the one thing when he actually needs help from somebody, you know? And that's the way I look at it. Maybe it's just I see things different.
I don't agree with people being hateful or being taking the mickey out of anybody who falls into the category of having disabilities, because I don't believe people have disabilities because they have the ability to do things. So you build on that, not on the disabilities. Now, I don't know what's been going on between PDF and yourself, and it's got nothing to do with me. I will say this: I like Gregory.
Gregory's a good guy. He really is.
And I have no problems with Gregory at all. If I remember right, though, there was something about. Oh no, I'm not going to go into it. But I try to stay out of it. I've had a pop at PDF in the past, but do you know what? I've gone to PDF and I've told him, and we walked away agreeing to disagree. Now I have to have respect for that. I mean, he might call me every name under the sun behind my back. I don't care because I don't hear it, and I don't care what people say about me. I am only going to be true to myself, and I will give it you honestly. If you ask my opinion, I'll give it. And sometimes if you don't ask my opinion, I'll give it.
Right.
I'd accept it or reject it. I don't really care, to be honest. If you want to discuss it on an adult basis, we'll discuss it on an adult basis. But I need to know more to be able to discuss things.
Well,
that means being a mediator, I'll be a mediator.
And Mad Max, I know y'all help Gregory with his channel. Okay. Tats is a good guy. A lot of people don't understand it. He's very passionate about this whole thing about the stolen valor and that, just like other military guys are. And I know some people don't understand that, but they served in a different time. You know what I mean? And as far as Indiana goes, I don't know what happened there. I didn't used to go to Gregory's channel. You know what I mean? And then when I started coming around, I go up and I hang out with him and have a good time because I like Gregory. He's a good guy. But Tats has been a good guy too. I think a lot of people don't understand Tats, or they take him the wrong way to begin with. And, I consider him a brother.
Mad Max, I'm glad to know that you never talked about me. Only because if you did, I'd only like the right to reply. However, what I will say is I know that if I drop in, I will always be welcome. And, you will respect me and I will respect you. I don't talk about your drama.
The only other problem that I have with PDF and that is the porn bombing. I don't agree with it. I think it's childish. But there again, we can agree to disagree. I mean, because at the end of the day, you're really not accomplishing anything because you just shut the stream down and delete it and do like I done, delete it off YouTube and then just edit the porn bomb out and carry on and re-put the live back up. I mean,
that's happened to you recently.
Yes.
That was one of those things, unfortunately. People are starting to use technology so that they can answer certain questions. Maybe that's the way forward to ask them to repeat a phrase or something like that, and use different phrases all the time. That's the only way you're going to find out whether they're real or not. Because they're using bots. They're getting very clever. But
well, according to Wrangler, he used the PDF elves to porn bomb my channel. I heard it come right out of his mouth on his live. Matter of fact, I still have the clip of that.
Okay, can I clarify from my point of view this? I've never known PDF to porn bomb anybody. However, there's a separate group that supports PDF who are separate to PDF, and there's PDF elves. Again, I've spoken to them in the chat when they've been up, or one of them, and they've been respectful towards me. Again, this is all tit for tat. Excuse the expression. People need to grow up.
You ever heard that term, a guilty by association? If he's allowing it and people are associating it back to his channel, who's guilty?
Well, I don't agree with being guilty by association because I've been called that.
I understand that. I don't either, but that's what happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that's human nature, I suppose. But no, I on that one, Mad Max, I agree. As far as I am aware, you've never porn bombed anyone, and you've always been against porn bombers. Now, there again, I've associated myself and been on panels with people who have admitted that they've porn bombed. But that's got nothing to do with me. That's what they do as an individual. What's that you're saying there, UK? The problem is longer and more often you speak on panels, it gives more of them to build a profile on software such as Audacity, which they're able to say anything with your voice. Yeah,
I've seen it on Frauditor Trolls recently. He had Denver Metro audits and read off his own court case in his voice, and that's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as I say, Mad Max, I've got nothing against PDF and the people who support PDF. As the same way as I haven't got anything against people who don't like PDF. I talk to people on the level that they speak to me. And I must admit, and I will say this, when I've been on PDF's panel, he has been nothing but respectful, and he's acted in an adult way. So I have no issues on a personal level, you know.
Well, I
And
think
I'm
for
not
the
going.
most
I'm not going
I
to get into who's done what, because
right.
that's nothing to do with me. You know, I talk to everybody, and I am friends with different people. What I don't do is discuss what others groups have been doing, because
Well,
that means I'm spreading crap, and I don't want to do that.
For the most part, Grim, I think you have seen I'm a pretty neutral channel when it comes to people coming in and out, and I normally don't, time people out or block them or whatever, and everything.
Only when they
because
make
I
it
visit all
personal.
different channels myself.
Yeah, I've seen you. The only time I've ever seen you block people is when people have been attacking individuals and have gone too far.
Yes.
That's the only time I've seen it. But
You
do give a
can't
lot of
carry it
leeway.
too far. There's nothing wrong with a little ribbon. I rib the shit out of people sometimes too.
Oh, I do it to you quite constant, quite easily at times. But that's just me. That's my sense of humor, and there's nothing vicious meant with it or anything like that.
I could go over to PDFs and sit on their panel and have a conversation with them, and talk like me and you are talking, and everything, and be cool. But I'm not going to go on a panel and be belittled and made to look like an idiot either. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree totally. With that, and I think that if that's the case, you do one or two things: you stay and fight your corner, or you leave. And if you leave, to me, that's fine as well, because that shows that you're not a coward. You're a bigger person. Yet some people will call you a coward for doing it, or they'll sit and say, "Well, that's rage quitting." I said it in joke. No, we know that.
Yeah, I know that, Mad Max, and I ain't never had no beef as far as I know with you. I may have timed out a name or two or something, but I don't have any personal drama with you. You know what I mean? I don't really have any personal drama with PDF. What I don't like about PDF is picking on somebody, that has issues like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some of the stuff that he said about Indiana was wrong. Picking on somebody that got hit in the head by a shot put, they had no control over that, and he suffered major brain damage from that. That could happen to anybody. I'm just thinking about, it's okay to rib somebody, but when you take it to that level, that sir is wrong, and that's just my opinion. But that's the way I feel about it.
Anyway, I don't like that. The only thing I'll say is that term, I prefer adults, not men. That's like saying men are men and women are women, and never the twine will meet. We're all adults, or we should be. There's just some that act like children from time to time. And then I just don't bother. I'll come out of the chat or come away from the panel and let them talk to whatever shit they want to. It's not part and parcel of what I do. I do that quite a lot with different groups, to be honest, because I just don't really want to get involved. But there's a couple of people on the internet who are quite happy to have a go at. I'll give you a clue. The Clowns, for one. Oh, and Wrangler. I've got to say it.
Yeah, I ain't got no use for Wrangler, and I get that, bro. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that maybe a little more tasteful way of going at somebody would be more appropriate. You know what I'm saying? And not focusing on a person's handicap. You know what I mean?
I'm not. I'm say, Mad Max. I'm not here to pick the bones out of something which I know nothing about. It's nothing to do with me, so I'm not saying anything regarding that. Let's just carry on and having a bit of fun, and by all means, do what UK does and use me as the butt of jokes, because I use other people and as a butt of jokes. But you see, that's what it is. It's all about having a bit of a giggle and a laugh.
Even though I did make a pretty shitty joke the other day myself.
Did you?
Oh yeah, about the vegetable.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, I'm saying nothing else. Nothing on that. I just thought I actually did think it was funny, but it's like
I've got a
maybe-
twisted sense of humor. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, there was a guy many years ago when I was a first aider, stroke first responder. Right. I was at a well-to-do cricket match over here, and it was a local rivalry between two different counties, very close to each other. Anyway, an 88-year-old guy was in the members area, and he fell from the top steps down to the bottom steps. Poor guy had a massive heart attack and stroke at the same time. Needless to say, he didn't survive. And I turned around and said, "Anybody catch his age?" And someone said 88, and it always, and I just turned around and said, "Well, you can't really be, you can't complain too much because he had a good innings." Now, that's within minutes of the guy being pronounced life extinct, right? And I turned around, and right behind me was the relatives. And I thought, I think that was a bit too soon. Maybe. I did get a telling off for it, I must admit. Especially when I turned around and said to the paramedics who were there, "I'll let the first aiders practice. It's good for them." That was another thing as well, because they were doing chest compressions. Yes, it's the way I deal with things like that. I try to see the funny side, and sometimes my gob speaks before my brain thinks.
Yeah, me too. Sometimes, Mad Max, I appreciate it. And that's how you work things out. You know, you talk about it in a rational manner. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the adult thing to do. And I wish more people done it that way. You know what I'm saying? You're welcome here, bro. You ain't done nothing to me. I mean, no matter what side of the fence you stand on, obviously there's something you like about coming in here, or you wouldn't be here. And I appreciate that.
I like coming in here because it's strange. I can actually have an adult conversation with some people. Don't ask me why. I mean, I'm working with Nightmare here, and I'm on my own. How does that work?
Timid men prefer the calm of disposition to the tempest of the sea of liberty. Thomas Jefferson. Yeah.
I take it that's what a quote from Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, that is a quote from Thomas Jefferson.
See, I've learned something. Actually, I learned quite a bit about American culture and history, to be honest. And I think it's good preparation for when I go across. I'm still looking forward to it, and you keep trying to put me off from going. Well, Nightmare goes.
Yeah, you know, I think that's the beauty of things. You know, everybody can learn something new, and you can have a conversation without pettiness. You know what I mean? I think we're all adults for the most part, you know, and I don't always agree with everything everybody says, but you don't have to agree to about everything. Yeah, I think you can have a point of view and discuss it without being angry and still get along, you know?
Yeah, I agree totally. Everybody's welcome, as far as I'm concerned, to talk to me. One of the reasons why we helped set up a network for people. There's only one thing, which I ask, and be respectful to everybody else and leave just the pettiness behind. Because when I watch different channels, the message of what they want is near enough identical. So why have a go at each other? If you actually come
Right.
together, you become a force to be reckoned with.
You
And
know, I think
individually we may not be able to achieve anything, but as a collective, different kettle of fish.
at the end of the day, you know, no matter what side of the world you're on, I think everybody wants the same things: basic liberties of freedom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To just to be able to, you know what I mean, and not abuse it, but just to be able to do what you want to do without repercussion of being arrested or hauled off to jail or having somebody file a complaint against you over something that is just so minute that it don't make a fucking difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't agree with baiting.
Right.
Don't agree with it at all. And I try not to. There are times when I may do, because we're not perfect. But there's a lot of channels out there that bait people. And I'm not talking about the auditing side of things. I'm talking in general terms. And because of that, for me, I just go to a different channel when I see it.
Well, you know, I've noticed, like a lot of the troll channels and stuff, you know, I watch different things because I'm not closed-minded. You know, I try to keep an open mind. And I have seen some of these troll channels say, well, I don't think an auditor can get any stupider or do anything dumber. And they're like, oh, yeah, watch this. Hold my beer. You know, and do something so outrageous. You're like, wow, really? What's that got to do with your rights and your freedoms by calling an old man a so and so and so and so? You know what I mean? Or an old woman a so and so and so and so. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, it just don't make no fucking sense.
It's like turning around and saying people with disabilities have got no rights, etc. Of course, they have rights. They have rights to be treated as a human being, for starters. And I think that's what we forget, is that everybody is a human being. Unfortunately, you get some that turn out to be right pigs because they put a uniform on and they think that they're special. They're the people that we need to, who should be accountable for what they do. And they should realize that just because you're a stormtrooper doesn't mean to say that you're not a human being, but you should be a human being first.
If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. Thomas Jefferson.
So hang on, Mad Max is in Michigan. I don't know Michigan that well, but you're saying it's a bad state there. No people want to do is real life, basically. Well, real life includes having your freedoms. I mean, if you're always being trodden on by...
That's where old man Mitch grew up, is in Michigan. And that Michigan can be really bad. I've seen places. My wife is from Michigan. She's from up around Allegan and places like that. And yeah, she's told me, you know, it can be very bad up there.
Well, there's something which has come across to me watching the A1 community. If you've got a small town, right, with their own, police department in, they're led by the town hall. and they do
Yep.
what the town hall say. So they have a vested interest in protecting the town hall, and that's where the problem is. They forget that they're part of something much bigger. The part
Damn,
of
are
their
you close to
state,
Detroit?
you know.
He said he has to
So,
wear a bulletproof vest to go to the city. I said, damn, are you close to Detroit?
geez,
That's horrible. I know Detroit has gotten worse again. Memphis is bad too, though. I hate going. I won't go to Memphis. I hate Memphis, Tennessee. No offense to anybody that goes there, but I don't go down to Memphis. I avoid that shit like the plague.
there's areas in the UK where wearing the bulletproof vests would be ideal. And I'm not referring to the fact that the police carry guns, because they don't. It's the gangs that carry
Yes.
knives and things like that. And if you speak to the wrong person, you could end up getting seriously injured, or your birth certificate cancelled.
Yep.
Over the years, I've lived in all sorts of different places. And I lived in the centre of one of the districts, if you like, in Moss Side during the early 80s, when they had riots. And if you were stood up for the police, you were an enemy. Simple as that, or you stood for law and order. But I actually believe that the people who were who were rioting, they had a real cause, because they were being abused by the authorities time and time again.
Well, the problem.
Max, I'm sorry to hear that you've been shot a number of times.
He's been shot at. But what I was going to say about Michigan, where he's talking about in Detroit, the part of the problem there, kind of like Memphis, and that is the gangs and the poverty has taken over in what used to be beautiful neighborhoods and a booming town. Businesses moved out. You remember all the auto plants used to be in Detroit. The big three were there: Chevrolet, Ford, and Dodge, and they all moved out of Michigan and out of Detroit, and Detroit has turned into like an urban ghost town.
It's used for film sets now. A lot of. I've seen a lot of movies where they've used Detroit as the backdrop because the streets are empty.
Yes.
It's nowhere near as big as it was. We've had a number of big companies move in and move out of the UK with their car plants. I think now there's only about 3 areas where they produce cars, because we now import them, which is ridiculous. The plants are still there, but they're laying, they're closed. And they're fighting, and those that are open are fighting for contracts within the company that owns them. Sometimes they get a reprieve, and they end up making a new model.
Even little towns like Allegan and Bay City and there's another little town up there that I used to go to in Michigan, but even those little areas around there have gotten really bad, and shit. It's unreal. Kalamazoo, that's where I was thinking about, Kalamazoo. And same way as Memphis. I used to love to go to Memphis, but now it's so poverty stricken, and they've allowed the gangs to take over. There's places like in Memphis, Detroit, even in New York, California, that police officers won't even go into at nighttime because of the urban warfare, the gangs and shit. Well, I understand that, Max, and nobody's condemning you for that, Brody. I don't care if you got a criminal record. What you're doing now is cool. You know, and that takes a lot to admit that, you know what I'm saying, brother? Hell, I've been to prison. I don't mind telling anybody, and I understand it. That lifestyle, you have to do what you got to do. And,
I've never been caught, charged with any of the crap I did when I was younger. I suppose I was lucky. Technically, I don't have a criminal record because there isn't that one. I've just been a little bit cleverer than the law. However, what I will say is, I think that majority of crimes when you're younger is down to you wanting to be able to live, and you need money for that. And if you can't get money, you can't work on a regular basis, then you look at other things, and you have no choice. You've got to survive, and you do what you need to survive. But there's certain crimes that people have committed that I will never ever ignore, and I'll never support them. If I find out that somebody has committed these crimes in the past, I will disown them and walk away as quickly as possible, because I can't support that type of person, because I don't believe that they can be cured. And that is the simple truth. If somebody goes out and they're selling drugs, and as long as they're not hitting people over the head, etc., because they owe money, should we say, then that's fine. That's not a major issue. You know, you shouldn't be an enforcer for these gangs. I think that's wrong. But then again, you see, if you legalize drugs, you take away the need to have gang warfare.
yeah, but sometimes when you live in places like that, you got to do what you got to do, you know. to
That's what I'm
survive.
saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm never going to condemn someone for that.
Right.
I've got to be, I'm just being honest. There's quite a few people who I know personally who've committed crimes in the past in order to survive. I'm not going to hold that against them, because they're not the same person as they were then.
Right.
Now they are totally different. So therefore, what's the issue? There shouldn't be an issue.
Right. And even in small towns, the corruption though is, a lot, they're off the map. And that's why here, some people are even shocked, well, damn, you live in a small town. Yes, I do. But you would be surprised, at the cover-ups and the corruption, because little Bodoc, poor little town, is off the map, and people don't have the spotlight. And then when the spotlight is shined on it, everybody's like, wow, really? Would have never thought that,
Exactly. No way I would have known that from, but it's the way of the world, isn't it, I suppose? At the moment, you've got poverty in inner cities. You've got crime in the inner cities. There's a drug problem in inner cities all over the world.
I was saddened the other day to hear the prosecuting attorney tell me and my daughter that our county is number 2 in the state for domestic violence. And Paris, Tennessee, the other place that I've been doing stories on, is number 1, which is sad because both places are very small. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't know what that, I don't even know how to process that shit. It just means people are being violent for no reason.
You talked about domestic violence.
Yes, domestic violence.
I was listening to a conversation, and believe it or not, it was deemed as a lefty and a righty. Right? It's the way of politics. And a question was asked: do you think that women would be better off 100 years ago or better off now? because of domestic violence. Domestic violence is coming. Men and women can suffer domestic violence, both physically and mentally. And at one time, if you reported it to the police, they just turned around and said, "Oh, it's just the husband or the wife putting you in order," right? Nowadays, they may take it a little bit more seriously, because you got refuge for people who move out from the family house, etc. And you've also got people who will put up with it in silence for the sake of the children. You know, I think it's wrong, personally speaking. I don't think there's a place for it in today's society. And I think more people should come forward, and these abusers should be held accountable for their actions. But maybe I'm a left-wing person because that's the way I put things, you know, or see things. I'm against it. End of. But there may be somebody who thinks that it's okay to abuse your spouse or your partner.
No.
I mean, I don't think it is, you know, but I don't think there's a place in today's society. I think we've moved on from those days, or we should have done. We're in the year 2023. What's it going to be like in 10 years, 20 years' time if it's not stamped on now and stamped out?
You know, that's sad that it's like that, Sean. You know,
yeah. Again, you know, anybody in public office is should be accountable for what they do. And over in the States where most of you guys are, in fact, probably all of you guys, with the exception of one, maybe two, you have the Constitution, and anybody in office should have that at the forefront of everything that they do. You know, that's how I see it. And yes, Mad Max, I agree with you now. I think we're, as a society, in a lot of ways, we are better than we were. And certainly when it comes to any sort of domestic violence, I think that it should be reported. And I think whoever goes to the police to report it, to me, that's a legitimate crime, you know, and they should treat it as such. Because you never know, it could lead to something even worse. It could lead to someone's murder or manslaughter if it's not put in check, not resolved. And also what we've got over here, I don't know whether it's in this, we've got certain laws which allow you to go and check if your partner has a criminal record and what that criminal record is for, if you so wish.
Excuse me.
You know? I am Mad Max. I'm so pleased to hear that you wouldn't do that. You know, there's women who beat their husbands up, you know, or their partners up. Let's say. So yeah, it's. I think once you get into a serious relationship with someone, if you don't respect them for who they are, it's not going to survive. And you might find that you respect them to start off with, but once you realise or you stop respecting them, then it's time to reevaluate your relationship. And if you need to, get out of it, you know, at the earliest opportunity. But there is something I will say: where couples split up, children should never be used as a weapon. Never bring your children into it to get one over on the other, on your ex-partner. That's wrong. Children should be able to have access to both parents. So long as both parents have never hurt the children, there should never be an issue. But I do think that a lot of judges will side on the mother's side. Without question, even though maybe evidence shows otherwise. Well, that's
Well,
my 2 pennies worth.
you know, I agree with Mad Max. I would never hit my better half. She'd whoop my ass, but that's irrelevant. I still wouldn't, you know.
My wife and I, we've never had a bad word. We've never had an argument about anything, you know. And sometimes you don't, even if you disagree, you still don't have an argument, you know. Congratulations, you know. Mad Max, my first marriage was for 25 years, something like that, and it went sour just the way it went. I have no feelings whatsoever towards the ex. I'm happily married. I have been on the 31st. I'll be happily married for 9 years, and may there be many more. I'm only interested in my wife, and she's only interested in me. That's the way it goes.
Right?
But you're right, yeah. If you're referring to children, they're used as pawns.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like watching a chess game at times. I don't know what I mean. I've seen sort of like movies from the States, and I've heard some stories, but I've never actually seen it up close. But I've seen it over here, and it's obviously the same standard, should we say, unfortunately, across the pond where you are. And it's wrong. To me, that's a form of abuse, form of child abuse.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do it all the time, though. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got what's it you call it? CPS, Child Prevention Services, or whatever. They tend to embellish certain things. They get paid for it, and they're absolute assholes for it. That's a good way of putting it.
Damn, Sean.
What?
That's crazy.
Okay, well, I was under the impression that if it was you in some states you could grow your own. There wasn't any limit on what you can possess because you're allowed to grow your own. I think it's, but I could
In
be wrong.
Michigan, it's legal. I don't know. I know certain places like that, Colorado. Not here. We can't here. We're always the last one to do something right.
Well, where I'm going to in what's Massachusetts, it's legal there to have possession. I don't know what the actual amounts are, no idea, but it's legal to smoke it. Australia, yeah, it's banned, it's illegal. But if you can get away with growing it, grow it. Works out cheaper. The only thing that's legal over here is CBD, but it's got to have less than 0.2% THC in it. So it can get a bit difficult. And you're not allowed to have the flower, regardless of how much THC is in it, because it comes from the plant. It's ridiculous. We are so far behind, though. But you can get medical THC, but it costs £50 a pop, which I think is expensive. I would look at your avatar, but I can blow it up.
Yeah,
Well, I
you
know.
do 7 per person. Yeah. Well, yeah, we don't get to have medical marijuana. Of course, Tennessee's crazy. But hell, Tennessee fought against the lottery for the longest time, and now it's the best thing since sliced bread. You know.
I mean, well, I've got to admit, this is where I sort of disagree with having federal and state. Maybe get rid of the state and just have federal.
Right. Well, it's
That
still
way-
federally, it's still illegal. The states have passed their own laws. Now, the feds could actually come in and do something about it, but they choose not to. What's the point? You know?
Yeah, but if that's the, I agree. If that's, oh, how can I put this? If the majority of states say that it's legal, then it should become federal. It's legal because the majority
I'm
of
all
people are
about-
for it. Does that make sense?
I'm all about legalizing it for medical and stuff like that, and even recreational. If that's what, as long as they're not harming nobody, I don't see no point in it. You know, that's something I've never been able to understand. Is, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm not against that either. People want to do what they want to do, but people are killed a lot more by alcohol than they are smoking pot. You know, I don't.
Okay, I'll say I would agree with you, but I would also say that if you're going to drive, you shouldn't have it, because it can still put you in a difficult situation. Your reactions are different to things,
Right.
and it can affect you the same way as prescription drugs. Some prescription drugs warn you not to drive if you feel X, Y, or Z. Right? Or if you have any of these symptoms, don't drive, because it can cause tiredness and you don't even realize it. I mean, there's certain drugs which I had to come off because I drive when they changed the law over here,
Well,
and they brought
You know, the craziest part about
prescription
that,
drugs.
you're talking about drugs that you take legally. You can go to the store and buy non-drowsy cold medicine, and it affect you different than it would, say, the next 5 people. It could make you drowsy, cause you to have a side effect, you know, and people, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but pharmaceuticals and stuff, that's a whole new ball game, and I don't like to get started with that shit.
No, I'm talking in general terms. I mean, what I'm saying is, over here they changed certain driving legislation when they changed, became stricter on drugs such as marijuana, right? THC. What they said was that if you were under the influence, it falls into the same sort of category as drink driving. And they also brought in prescribed drugs and saying, yes, you can still take the drugs if they are prescribed by a doctor. However, if you are found to be under the influence, you wouldn't be charged with being under the influence of drugs, but you would get charged with dangerous driving.
Right.
Which actually is a higher sentence if found guilty.
See, now they don't even call it DUI over here in the States most of the time. Now it's OWI, operating while under the influence, because you can be under the influence of any damn thing, you know?
Well, I thought DUI was at one time drugs under the influence, but it was drunk. Was it drunk and under the influence or something? But we just call it drink driving over here, or drug driving, you know. Now, bear in mind, when I go over next year to visit your wonderful country, state of Massachusetts, I'm not going to be able to have a drink even on the plane or in the airports that I'm going to, because once I land, I'm picking up a car. And I'm a firm believer in zero limits. I don't
Yeah.
think there should be a limit. I think it should be, if you're under the influence, you're under the influence, end of. The only issue I have is some things that you take can last a day or so, potentially. I like that one. Yeah, you can drive on painkillers. They will.
You can't drive on painkillers. They'll lock you up fast.
Right. Okay, so it's a lockup, is it? That's ridiculous. If it's not affecting your driving, what's the issue? You have
I used to
wait
drive
6
when I was
hours.
smoking. When I smoked regularly, I used to drive stoned all the time. Matter of fact, it made me more aware of what was going on around me.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. That's just my opinion.
That's your opinion. That's an opinion, not fact. Sorry. I had to change my painkillers because I was on something called Tramadol at the time, and they were perfectly legal. However, they potentially did affect drivers. So I changed. Now I'm on a different type of medication, and sometimes I forget what I'm talking about. But I don't forget how to drive. Funnily enough, I'm very careful, and I don't like driving when I'm tired either. Yeah. Okay. So you're referring to weed that kills pain and alcohol. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you'll understand the reasoning why I moved off Tramadol, UK Transparency. All it did was make me sleep. That was it. That was the side effect. But I was drowsy all the time. I just didn't want to drive when that came out. So I changed, and now I'm on pregabalin, on the maximum dose. Doesn't make me drowsy, doesn't make me sleep. It helps with the pain receptors because it helps block them and reduces the pain through the nerves. However, the downside is over time it affects my memory. So it's just one of those things. Sometimes I'll go blank. Totally. A lot say not about. Yeah, I mean, if you've been on a certain drug for a while, you build up a certain tolerance of side effects. But it takes time. Anyway, I've been on here for about 3 hours, and I've not said it, so I'm going to. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to, and it's not requested in any way, shape, or form. But if you would like to join the membership of Nightmares, it starts from the very low price of 99 cents per month. Should you wish to do so, it will be most appreciated by the channel owner. Thank you. End of advert. It's 1 a.m. Well, just 1 a.m. Is it, Mad Max, where you are? Well, over here, it's just turned 6 o'clock in the morning.
It's just midnight here.
So I've been awake since about 2 a.m. But there again, I slept a lot yesterday. Seem to do that. I diet the weekend, especially on a Sunday. It literally is my day of rest at times.
Yeah, you're on a different time zone. Everybody's on different time zones, it seems.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, over in Aussie, Aussie land down under, it's probably 12 hours or 10 hours in front of us.
Oh shit.
You know, oh, I understand where the difference in time zones. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it's roughly about 10 hours in front. Oh, I love it. Mountain time. Never heard of mountain time before.
Yeah, mountain time.
UK transparency. You mean sleep or do something else like work?
Hello, buddy. How are you, sir?
Buddies in the building. Ten. So
Hope
you are.
everything is well.
I live in a mountain, and it's still just 10:10. There's 5. Okay, 5 different time zones. I know I get confused when I talk to different people in the States because I forget about the time zone. So I always average it out somewhere between 5 and 6 hours behind. But then I say UK time, and it's down to you to work out. Because if I said British Standard Time, or which is summertime, an hour forward, or Greenwich Mean Time, which is an hour behind, that just gets too confusing. Even for me, I hate it when the clocks go forward and back.
Darlene said she's in Idaho, home of the potato.
Oh, I thought that was Ireland. West Coast is around 8 hours, you think? Okay. Yeah, I just get confused. That's all.
Washington State, buddy. Absolutely. Idaho, famous potatoes. Exactly.
Well, I never knew that, so I've learned something else. West Coast, Best Coast. Why is there an East Coast, a North Coast, and a South Coast as well?
Buddy's in Ohio. Nothing wrong with being in Ohio.
Yeah, but allegedly there's nothing right either.
Oh man. I keep getting texts. Hey, do you know they're over dropping your name or whatever? I guess they are. I don't know. I guess I'll have to address that situation one day, but I'm just not in the mood for it, man. I mean, I don't agree with it on either side, so to speak. But there again, like I said, we're all built from a different cloth. I like Florida. Oh, I'm scratching my back. Yeah, from Wrangler. He said the PDF elves done it in so many words because Mr. Mears gifted a membership and you were the lucky recipient, my man, of a membership. Congratulations and welcome. itches. And that ain't alleged. That's a fact. That's why I keep a back scratcher beside my bed, because my back itches. He loves it. He absolutely loves his truck. He was bragging about it today. Have a good one, UK. Thank you for coming, buddy. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you being here. Wow, really? Been on almost 5 hours? Jesus. We get lost. I get lost in conversation, and that. Love talking with everybody, man. It's just cool. I have a bunch of family in Florida, Fort Lauderdale area. I don't know, buddy. I have no clue. You know what I'm saying? And I I hate that the drama is going on, and that's what it is. It's drama, and I get his side of it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I understand Hennessy's point of view. You know what I'm saying? And that, do I believe it was right? No, it wasn't right. But I think that there's ways to handle things without, you know what I mean? Because some things you can't take back, no matter what's said. Nobody. It's just too much drama going on right now. I haven't even thought about it. Matter of fact, I'm probably gonna have to change some things there too. I'm tired of that drama bullshit. I'm tired of people coming to me with it, and it's not nobody's fault. It's just, people should think before they speak. You know what I'm saying? I get why they're upset. I'd be upset too, but I don't know. Yeah, we're still up, buddy. So they let him loose, or is he still locked up? Poor guy. They'll probably keep him in there this time. 2 times in one night? Damn it, man. That's crazy, though. You know. You just ended your live. I don't know. I think he went on hiatus. He went to the bathroom or fell in a cistern or something. You know. Yeah, they don't have any love lost for that guy. For that's for sure. I hear that, buddy. Smoking and hitting the rack. I like it. That's pretty cool. I like Halloween. Used to be your favorite holiday. I like Halloween because I like watching people dress up and shit. I like all that spooky stuff sometimes, but like I don't like horror shows and shit like that. I can't watch them, especially late at night. Yeah, I get that way too sometimes. And that you're going to be a scarecrow this year. I found that like sometimes Thanksgiving don't even feel like Thanksgiving, and Christmas don't feel like Christmas. I get that way sometimes. I don't know. Just to hand out candy. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I know. It's like you go into like I went into the dollar store and Halloween ain't even over and they've already got Christmas shit up. I'm like,
Right.
what the?
I hate Christmas. I'm anti-Christmas um, because of the commerciality of it now.
Yeah, it's
Um,
commercialized way too much.
I mean, I don't have an issue with it being a religious festival. At the end of the day, I prefer Halloween because that has some pagan.
Love you too, Angry Vet.
See you, Andrew Yvette. Take care.
Hmm.
I've been talking all the while, but my mic's been on mute at this end. Crazy, isn't it?
Oh well, that
I keep saying that I forget things. I didn't even think that. I didn't realize I muted myself. Can you explain to me the idea of Thanksgiving? Because my interpretation is it was originally regarding Pocahontas and some tribal thing with Indians, and now it's all about turkeys.
Yeah, well, I like turkey.
I don't know whether I got that right or not, but I think I watched the Addams Family once, the second movie or the first movie, and that's how come I got an understanding of part of it. But is it a pagan festival?
It is not, but I think it was meant to be a celebration of the season, to give thanks for the crops and stuff like that.
Right.
It was a tradition that the Indians started, and of course, money and greed. Yeah,
Right. It's just
now it's all
it's,
about
I
that's
just
all
couldn't
about football and just dumb
Wrestling.
shit.
wrestling. That's what I remember Thanksgiving as Survivor Series. But I
Yes.
could, but I don't want to get back onto wrestling. We did that the other day. You've got Halloween, then you've got Thanksgiving, then you got Christmas. And to me, I suppose Christmas and Thanksgiving is very similar. I know it's big over in the States for obvious reasons, and it is seen as a national holiday, I believe.
Yes.
However, what I don't get is why do you have turkey 2 months on the trot in celebration? I mean, how many turkeys die for the sake of a dinner table?
Well, I'm not
Just
even sure if
asking.
I'm not even sure if they used turkey when Thanksgiving was first celebrated. I'm not even sure if I'm sure that the villages, even the Native Americans, that were around, just brought whatever they had. So hell, it could have been chickens. It could have been grouse. It could have been, you know what I'm saying? It could have been anything. And
Yeah.
and I believe T-Rex is right. I believe it was more fruits and vegetables than anything.
Yeah, which would make perfect sense because as you said, celebration of crops.
Yes.
And the harvest of that. I mean, we have something similar over here, but in a different time period because it changes. And that's what's called Harvest Festival, where some religious group, not too sure whether it's Protestant or Catholic, goes to show you how much I'm up on religion, but they celebrate what's known as Harvest Festival, where they celebrate crops. So it's probably something similar, but they've done it from a religious point of view rather than a traditional point of view. But yeah, you sort of cleared it up, now got more of an understanding of it. But people sit around and say I've seen the movies when they all sat around the table at the dinner time to say what they're thankful for. And some of the things which they say, make sense, others don't. But I'm thankful every day I'm alive because I'm just pushing my life one more day.
Right.
So every day to me is Thanksgiving's Day from that point of view. But now I'm older in life, I'm actually enjoying life more.
Well, I think it's a good thing, that we have some kind of a celebration and a thanksgiving or whatever. But there again, like everything else, even like Christmas, it has lost its true meaning, And
yeah, ever since no, that was a good film, that Miracle on 34th Street. But no, all joking apart, Christmas is traditionally a religious festival, and again, I have no issues with that. Believe what you want to believe. It's fine. It's not an issue for me. I don't agree with having single periods in a year of where you either give thanks or you celebrate being together. But now it seems that everybody wants to be together at Christmas as a family time, and I think that's the way that it should be. You don't need presents, though. At the end of the day.
Well, if they come here at Christmas time looking for presents, they're sadly mistaken. That's all I can say. Because, yeah, I mean, except for the grandbabies, that's about the only.
Yeah, well,
Christmas
I've got
we do.
Yeah, I've got. For me, Christmas is for children,
Right.
and it's for them to be. If they want to believe in Santa Claus, then that's fine. Let's go with that, and let's go with the Tooth Fairy, etc. But there comes a time when children sort of grow up, and you can't feed them the BS around that anymore. You have to be more honest. Yes,
But
it's
the thing
mummy
about
and daddy that buys these things and gives them to you because we love you.
The thing about it is, Santa Claus was actually real. You know what I mean?
Well,
there was
Santa
a guy
Claus-
named Chris Kringle that used to make toys and give them out to children. It actually happened.
Yeah, it was. Well, the original story was based on a German who did
Yes.
that. Now he might have been called Chris Kringle. I don't know, but he was known as Saint Nicholas in most areas. But there was always somebody who gave something to the poor, shall we say. And the problem I've got with Christmas is that it is so commercialized. If you receive a card, you're sort of obligated to give a card back, or the next year, or you with me. I mean, even now they do belated Christmas cards. Sorry, we missed the post.
You can keep that damn fruitcake. I don't like fruitcake.
Yes. Bob Rivers, off the top of my head, I think that was who put that one together. The song. I'll dig it out. Usually on Christmas Day, I try and do an alternative Christmas music show. I get told off every year for doing it. But that's just me.
Yeah, we like to bake around Christmas time and stuff like that too. Thanksgiving, last year we didn't even serve turkey. The better half made a ham, and I cooked chicken. I put it on the grill and smoked chicken and I have even done like deer or something like that, for Thanksgiving, and even at Christmas time, I like turkey, but I like different things too.
I've got to admit, I haven't had a bird in the oven for a very, very long time to cook. I don't mind having a chicken, but with it only being the two of us, I don't need. We don't bother that much, to be honest. But as for buying gifts for each other, that's strange. Because we both got the opinion that if we want something, we'll get it when we want it. There's no point in waiting. If the finances are available anyway. If the finances aren't available, then we'll wait until we can afford it. But I suppose
That's
my
not
outlook
good, getting hair in your food.
I was going to say my outlook on Christmas is changing only because of my granddaughter or granddaughter, whichever way you want to look at it, I suppose. I want her to have all the good things in life, but I've yet to work out what those are. I think
Well,
independence is something which is important.
I think the other thing I hate about Christmas is everybody expects something, and no matter what you give them, it's never enough. They want more, 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 more. And if you just don't give them any fucking thing, yeah, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, that's true. I must admit that I will tell you this. Come December, I don't refer to myself as the Grim Reaper. It's usually Mr. Marley, Jacob, because he was a real evil son of a so-and-so. And I don't call myself Scrooge, although people refer to me as Scrooge, but I would say he's a nice guy because he turned. But it is a bit of a joke.
And that's me. I got to where I'm like you, T-Rex. I got to where I just give people gift cards and let them buy their own damn shit. Can't never please them no way. So if they buy it for themselves, they ain't got nobody to blame except for themselves.
Yeah, but then they moan that they got to put cash towards it. Sorry. That happened to me. I gave somebody a gift card, right? And they bought their own stuff. But because it cost more than what the gift card was for, they asked me for the difference. Which I thought was hilarious, and I still do. Guess what my answer was?
Yeah, F you.
Wasn't as nice and polite as that, but yes. Yeah, I mean, two things. One, it's commercial, and the other one is too goddamn religious. But that is a joke because
if they had said something like that to me, if they had said something like that to me, I would have told them to go fly a kite in a lightning storm with a key attached to the end of it.
Oh, Mary Poppins springs to mind with that one. Yeah, I like that. I'll tell you what, though, it is nice to give. Hang on, it's nice to receive, but it's better to give. And sometimes me just saying hello to people might put a smile on their face, especially if they're lonely over the Christmas period. Because at the end of the day, people think of, it's all about family. And there's also people out there who are on their own. So saying hello to someone just over the Christmas period who you don't normally see or speak to, that can make their day. Just be nice to each other. You don't have to be nice just for Christmas, you can be nice all year round. And a troll isn't just for Christmas. A troll is for all year. Sorry, but it is. Right, I'm going to drop off. I've been here for 4.5 hours, thereabouts, which isn't bad for me. Thank you very much for letting me on, Nightmare. And thanks for the chat. You've been really entertaining. And I mean that most sincerely, folks. And that's not allegedly. I'll see you all again. I'm going to be doing a live myself, UK time, 8:15. That's it'll be on a couple of channels, Grim Reaper Network, and also on Bear Britain Audits YouTube channel. And hopefully, with your permission, Nightmare, can I play a couple of your audits and
sure,
go through them?
Absolutely.
A little bit more structured than normal. But anybody who wants to come up and say hello, you're more than welcome. Please remember the time difference, though, because for some people it'll be early hours. Some people it's going to be afternoon. If you're free and you want to drop by, please do so. And there's the shameless plug. And never work too hard, darling. I don't know what it is.
See you later, Mears.
I'm going off. I'll see you all again soon. Mirrors, thanks very much. And
Catch you later,
everybody
buddy.
else. I'll wish you all a good day, good night, good afternoon, or whatever. And once again, peace and respect to you all. Bye for now, Nightmare. And if you're around in the early hours for me tomorrow, I might just drop by. You never know.
All right.
Take care, folks. Peace and out.
Have a good one. Well, that was fun. Lord have mercy. Damn. I think I'm going to end this because I have to get the kiddos up here in about 5 hours. And yeah. What's up, C4T? How's it going, buddy? You doing all right? Oh, cool. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with having a disco party. I ain't leaving yet. I'm going to here in just a few minutes. I'm gonna probably smoke this last cigarette and then yeah, call it an evening. Actually, a little sad to be honest with you. Just people that you like and you like hanging around with, and they're bickering and back and forth and shit, and it just, I don't know. I don't even know why I let it bother me, but I do. And yeah. I mean, I get it from, what I'm saying, that people don't, I don't necessarily agree, with what was said. I don't agree with what was said. Let's get that right. Yeah. I don't agree with it, but I don't agree with making a big ordeal out of it either. And the only reason I keep bringing it up because it bothers me, and people that are stuck kind of in the middle kind of feel that way, and it causes animosity and tension and shit. I kind of feel like I'm obligated to say something, but I'm not really into that drama bullshit, either. Mm-mm. Well, see, I don't know what happened there, C4T. I missed that, and everything. I don't know what's going, what I mean with that, but I don't hold it against you. But to each their own. I don't know. Can't solve everybody's problem. Not everybody's going to get along, and not everybody's going to like each other. Unfortunately, that's the sad part of it. But if everybody got along and everybody agreed about everything, this world would be a sad place, I think. But in the same respect, all the drama and the conflict. Yeah, that could be funny for sure. Right? Oh. Oh. Well, I can tell it's going to be a Monday. Is this the only platform I'm on? No, I have Instagram. I have Facebook also. Even though I don't go on Facebook that much, I have Messenger basically just for my kids, you know. Instagram, I talk on it some, you know. Yeah, it's linked in linked in the about section, hun. Uh, well, I finished that cigarette, and I'm still sitting here. Well, I appreciate everybody. I just wanted to say that. Thank you all for coming in. I enjoy it. All right, awesome. I'm probably gonna end this stream and watch the watch over there for a minute, and then probably go to bed. I don't know. I may jump on his panel, say my piece, and I might not. I don't know. Maybe just to clear the air, not in a bad way, but just kind of clear the air, you know. Because I'm not about that drama and bullshit, you know. And the sad part about it is I'm not mad at none of them. Watch Kimmy Wrangler chug 2 mountain. Yeah. You know, I'm not mad at nobody. That's the best. That's the sad part about it is, you know. I just don't think some things should be said. You know what I mean? That's what I was talking with one of the trolls about tonight that was in here. You know, sometimes it's, you know, you can have confrontation without stooping to low levels. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, you know, you should be adults enough to talk about it and work it out. You know, that's just the way I feel. What's up, XO? Because not everybody's going to get along. You know, that's a given. I think you're right, T-Rex. Unfortunately, that's the truth. Right. You know, I don't know. I don't know everything's going on. You know. That's a good way to look at it. C4T. It's a good way to look at it. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, we're all supposed to be on the same page, not fight against each other. And yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why people do that shit, It's a crock. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a good night. Love all you guys. Thank you all for coming in, being a part of the stream. Thank you for listening to me for 5.5 hours. Those that have come in and out. Till next time, I'll catch you later.